Abbas Pak.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Mr. Nominee. Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
Remit.
Sharp.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. Would you take about 2-3 minutes to tell us who you are? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Clement Abbas Pak. I was born on the 11th of June, 1970. I hail from Doninga in the Buza South District in the Upper East region. I am a Christian by faith. I am married with 7 children. I am a Ghanaian citizen. I speak 5 Ghanaian languages, including English, in addition to English. I began my interactions with formal education in Bawa Barracks Primary School in Tamale. As the son of a civil servant, I have a long history of having attended many primary schools. Safe to say, between Bawa Barracks and Sakasaka Primary School, which was the last primary school I attended, I had also attended.
Mr. Nominee, please be mindful of time. I said 2-3 minutes.
I will summarize.
Yeah, and I think you're on your 5th minute now.
I did my secondary education in Sadma Secondary Technical School, now known as Azantulo Senior High School, 6th form in Nandom Secondary School, University of Ghana, where I was privileged to be in the Great Commonwealth Hall. I did my MPhil at the University of Bergen in Norway and obtained my doctoral degree at Simon Fraser University in Canada. I hold a PhD in archaeology, an MPhil in archaeology, an international certificate in archaeology, a Bachelor of Arts in history and archaeology, and a middle school living certificate. Mr. Chair, I think this will suffice for now. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. And you are welcome once again. I am going to now give the floor to Honorable Minority Leader for his introductory remarks. Leader, you are on the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nominee, kindly read before you a post made by you in September 2024, and that would be the foundation point for my remarks. Thank you.
Most grateful, Mr. Chair. The post, obviously, is one that I made. It bears my name and my image, and it reads, with your permission: the corrupt, useless, and reckless Akufo-Addo Bawumia MPP government would rather deploy the military to chase phantom grain smugglers than deploy the military to deal with the Galamsey menace. Then again, What do you expect from a government party that is profiting from the destruction of our forests, the pollution of our water bodies, via illegal mining? Is it not evident that the so-called fight against illegal mining by the Akufo-Addo Bawumia MPP government is a hoax? A vote for DMB/MPP is a vote to upgrade the Galamsey menace. Let's rescue and reset Ghana for our collective good. The alternative is the only option. Vote JDM/NDC. Grateful, Mr. Chairman.
My respected colleague, the first paragraph of your statement do you stand by this, or you believe that with the benefit of hindsight you could have used a more measured language as a politician? I understand you made this on the 4th of September in the heat of campaign, but would you say that you could have been more measured in the language you use on first paragraph?
Honorable Chair, with hindsight, I must admit that the language was rather harsh. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. This comes without doubt, you being of the academia stock, and you've earned my respect. That said, let's have a look at paragraph 2 of the same statement. What are your views on that as well?
Most grateful, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, whilst it is fair to admit that the content of this post could have been better presented, I must admit that it was influenced by the Professor Frimpong Boateng statement as contained in the report that was in the public domain for discussion. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
But Honorable Nominee, the Frimpong Boateng report is not before us. In your report, in your post, you said, then again, what do you expect from a government that is profiting from the destruction of our forests and pollution of our water bodies via illegal mining? You see, you are not talking about the Frimpong Boateng report, though it's not before us, was talking about excesses of some individuals, like we have today. Today, your government is less than 2 months, but you know that last week, the minister, Omar Kofi-Boa, came to lament as to certain actions of people who are party members and are doing certain things. So I just want us to situate things right. You know, can we loosely also say that because a constituency chair is doing something and same is even affecting the image of government, it is the government? So, respected colleague, please give us an appropriate answer in respect of paragraph 2 so that we can make progress. Most respectfully.
Most grateful, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, given the context provided by the Honorable Member, it is only fair and appropriate that I concede that I was rather too excessive in blaming an entire government for the infractions of a few. I'm grateful.
Now, the last paragraph. The first part of your last paragraph would address it, but the second part of your last paragraph is a political statement. I will not take you on that, because the first part is a vote for DMB MPP is a vote to upgrade the Galamsey menace. We will deal with that. You did full stop. Then you continue with the second sentence. Let's rescue and reset Ghana for our collective good. The alternative is the only option. Vote JDM and NDC. For that one, it's a political statement. It's normal. You were campaigning. Why not? You are not supposed to sing my praise. But the first sentence of the first paragraph, upgrading the Galamsey menace. Could the language have been different?
Given my responses so far, I would admit so.
Chairman, for the records, I am done with Honorable Clement Apak. I don't have any question again. It is only fair that when a nominee appears before us, constitutionally he is qualified under Article 78, and key matters that are of controversy, he is honest enough to say he's sorry about it or he takes them back. I do not think that, for my purpose, I have any more to say. I will yield to the expert in his field. Dr. Educhum is here. You know, you are going to deal with education matters. And my colleague Buama and Mustafa and Deputy Leader, they are here to deal with you on other matters. But for me, I am done with you. Save that, I want you to address us on your experience as a parliamentarian thus far in two languages, Dabani and Kasim. So first, share with us your experience as a member of parliament, what you've learned since you entered parliament. Say all of that to us in Dabani to inspire the youth. When you're done, we go to Kasim, and perhaps we may do Hausa.
Grateful. Mabi, Umboya, Yulinga Clement Abasa Park, Kanjado Nyama, Mananya MP, Inti Bulsa South. Nekana Parliament ma, Ntume Pam, Nsong, Bulsa South. Nishiama, Ejabi Nyama, Ninya approval, Notum Nti, Ganza, Kabiso, Intetiza, Umboya, Namuna Sante. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Akbak, now in Kasim, let the youths understand that it takes humility to rise to eminence, and it takes industry to rise to eminence, and through merits you get to higher heights. Let them be inspired by this in Kasim. Thank you.
Great, Mr. Chairman. Kasnaba Mama, Awaraba, Ayabumu, Abamalone, Ana Yetu, Anuno Chanamo, Ako Mujiburu, Omanundo Ninga. DBN na Lopatu. Comment se passe au school? C'est what I saw down. C'est not a c'est Joanne. But they back in Nona. But when the world manto commence à comment. And I go to Anunko de over school. Akoko de over school. Ama we willing, but the willing, power have school. Pass them IMP. I need a pack Naji, yours and to Satai. One of his school, Apa Ibia Sine. Then over. Abande. Abajim, you. Atai MPs. Akama Mali. Akinle. Honorable Chairman. Akinle.
Thank you. So finally, there is free SHS. The youths are benefiting. Some parents may not be appreciating the value of free SHS. Say it in tree. Say something in tree to encourage parents that in spite of everything, they should encourage the girl child to attend school and benefit from the free SHS. Say it in tree for me. Free SHS. Talk about the benefit of free SHS to parents.
Honorable Chairman, Madam Secretary, Yenina Ajetum, say free senior high school, a policy. Eti I was say yet to me a boy and one na Yamaya Mano. Wamoko school. Now also Dachi Omuntu Menian Pin for na Omu Wapon for swore Ama Omobusin for any Omanga and the for and I'll be for you now. Obia man in Emery now Omaneba and go school maybe. Now,
Honorable nominee, the woman, the girl child. That's
and Baba. Oh, man, Baba, and go school. And I can say, the Baba bit me, I am. Yankasa Babit me, I say, Babit me, I am. Dear Quena, Yama and Mamma, one more fast. No one go school. One more go free SHS, maybe. Now, I'm going for swore. I mean, better master.
And, Doc, do you assure the country that the loopholes you find in the implementation of free SHS, you will do all you can to fill in the gap as you promised Ghanaians? I want that one to be also in tree. Then we'll conclude with Hausa.
Yo, Minion. I says, or share free SHS Abia. Yea, I also may get to say, now so, yes, answer him say, Yama community at Touchmount. Eti John Amani, Mamma, and I buying. Ah, Masha, seen and say, you know. I shall bob. Say, Yabba see the bear. Free senior school. A bit me a son for swore. I chain. The S one.
So finally, in Hausa, assure the teachers, the newly recruited teachers who have received their letter terminating their appointment that, effort to be made to see to it that the concerns expressed about its address. I'm saying concerns expressed. This one is from the chair to you in Hausa. Thank you very much.
Nagode, na gaisu ku duka. Kene kunzin na, akwai waransu ticoci inda mun iya su futa kadan sai mu duduba kende an kawo su kamar su zo su gwada yaranmu daga school ba abin da mun ce muna kore ticoci ba warangan na abin da ya faru na shi ne ya bari mun giya su bari mu duduba sai mu gani kende ya sa sun samu hacin na in hacin na sun samu si bisan hanya da ya kamata kowa samu haci si dai ba wahala amma waɗanda hacin na ya shiga hannunsu sai takarar da sun tere si an ba su hacin na ba takara sosai ba suna ya kamata mu duba cikin ne so kar kowa ya ji tsoro mun gode Allah.
Doc, I think that at this point the youth of Ghana who have lost their employment at the Education Ministry and at GES feel very assured for what you have just said by way of assurance. Thank you very much. I think my colleagues will proceed with yes. Thank you. Chairman, thank you.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman.
Minister, just a second. I'm here to do my opening remarks. Mr. Nominee, Honorable Nominee, you have spoken a few languages here. Some I understand, some I don't, some others understand. But as Honorable Leader said, we are talking to the people out there. So I want you to assure the same people out there that this government will not cancel free education, but it will make it better and enhance it. No, please. In all the languages you have just spoken. Thank you.
Nkobisa le mabisa, mapusi le mena. Mede la ne bika, Dr. Clement Abasina, akalinin. Ma kan bisi ti busna mena lwa mena ti wom. Anjo mama le pese namla, admango ngopola, wa mena abasu suyo. Pwezi kanare, ale free SHS wa. Te kanti kweku, tenti gumusuma, at kunia, to kumawa mena, ma nyini cham. Minu ya nwa mwole, micheo biya, meisha mbo, sere mampini jwa nama mama she gani na bono. Se fish near school, policy no, any program no. Won twemune won twemocha. Onwa aka. Se aba. Ye nyina yasum. Na nneɛma atɔ hyema ɛwɔ ho ayɛ nyinaa yɛnim sɛ ɛkorakora ɛbɛma no aso mfasoɔ akyɛ mfasoɔ a ɛso no ɛbɛkorakora nti ma obi a mbɔ hu free senior school deɛ aba yɛn nyinaa nso yɛso mma bi mpo yɛ John Mama Mone nyate president. Ne yalia. Ne free senior school ma. Dirimpeni. Okosanle. Anina. Abora mama. Duko your mama. Did any NDC? Wa tabra mama wo free senior school na tutu obada ochoko ojako oze kona ke yekubama de mama na ko na lateto ojako mama Chiku Wildeba. Akama Mali. All about you, which language is left? Very well. So I've done Buli, I've done Kasam. I've done tree, Mabe Puya. Mbamini Yelia. Nijo Mama. Wonkanama. Obia Sang. Dirimbeni. Mpoya. Mr. Chairman, I want to add one as well. Mbamine mamine. Yansma. The back John the man mama, on one. We know NDC government. Kata banka penalty. Ka free senior school ma. Free senior school. Kan yele. Ko kon sam free senior school. Ko na malon ko viala. Kata nyotona. Atwa mama jaja. Mpoye jabarka. Great chairman.
Thank you very much. Honorable nominee. I'm now going to open the floor, and I will call in the former Education Minister. Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Congratulations to the nominee on your nomination as the Deputy Minister for Education. I know where you are going, and I've sat in that seat before. I know you didn't get the time to also tell the country that you spent part of your youthful days in my famous hometown, Jachi. And so you and I share some relationships in regards to that, even though you were my fiercest critic whilst I was at the Ministry of Education. Honorable nominee, Honorable Chair, I'll be grateful if the nominee can speak to us about the state of STEM education in Ghana today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is right. Indeed, I did spend some time in Jachi. and I attended Yachi Anglican Primary School. I must put that on record. Mr. Chairman, STEM is the future. STEM is an abbreviation. One Kanama.
Today is vetting. Tomorrow is a vetting. We wish you well. But get prepared, get ready. Speaker, so the IT department should be up and doing. Probably they have a concern. They cannot come here and talk about their challenges. So a directive from you will be in place for us to avoid. But certainly we must change the regime where loads of paper reports are printed out. We have to move ahead. It's the reason why we spent over millions of euro to get this thing set up. Speaker, I think it's the ICT department. I suspect they have some challenge, and a directive from you will not be out of place. But the observations are apt and they are spot on.
Very well. Yes. Is it on the same issue?
Yes, just a small issue. Adding on to what leader said, I think one of the challenges also has to do with the seating arrangement, because if that is not done, the ICT department, I believe, will have a fundamental challenge in configuring the PCs for us, because it has to be you-specific sitting on your seat. That has not yet been done, so that could be one of their challenges, which also has to be looked at, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Lastly, member from Preso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think part of the challenges, certainly I love the idea of having these systems in the chamber. But if you are to refer to past documents that have been uploaded, you'll not be able to get them here. I remember last week I was telling the IT department that I like how Ghana's parliament is embracing e-governance and e-parliament and all of that. Probably maybe it's about time that every member of parliament is given a folder, an online folder, so that all these documents that are given to us are placed in the online folder so that we can easily refer to them. Because they send their emails, sometimes you are unable to even download the documents. And if you want to go back and make reference to same, it becomes a challenge. But I know that if we are all to sign on to, let's say, Microsoft, or they give us, let's say, a Google Cloud, every member of parliament is given a Google space, we can easily go back to all these folders and refer to previous documents that have been uploaded. That said, I like the novelty. The emails that come from one Maxwell sometimes comes in very handy, but they need to do more. We have that of the 11th and the 12th report, official report, in our emails. The 13th, we have not yet gotten them. And I think that it's important that we up our game in that regard. But probably maybe Parliament needs to look at giving each MP a cloud system, a platform where you can easily go and refer to official documents and everything that comes from Parliament. I think it will help a lot. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, can you move on? Is it the same issue? Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we discussed, it is appropriate for leadership to meet the IT department and get an update. If we are talking about e-parliament, I am sure that all of us could possibly have access to an e-library so that uploading old documents will not be a problem. And if they can create a local area network, that you can have access to many of the documents that we'll be looking for, instead of probably even uploading them per each PC. So let's have briefing from the IT Directorate as to what is happening, what is the future, and probably leadership can update us on the way forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Senyanko, it's okay. So, honorable members, I think your concerns are well noted. I believe now it is loaded into the system, so we can check. But like the first observer, Dr. Camille said, it needs to be given to members well ahead of time so that we can peruse it and at least address our concerns if any. So I think table have taken notice of it. We are, like you said, we are configuring the entire system. So still give us some time. As the minority chief whip said, that give us some time, it's becoming too much, but still give us some time. We will read there. So, honorable members, I'm told it's now loaded into the system, the 13th February 2025 edition of the official report. It's now loaded into the system. So, if we can peruse it, other than that, we can hold on to it and probably tomorrow bring it back to members. Is that a concern, the position of members? Can we hold on to this so that tomorrow we address it? Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, you know we started far, but I like the concerns. But this parliament is yet to go on an orientation course. And I think these are issues during orientation members will be taken through. Mr. Speaker, it's a process. We are not there yet. But I believe all the concerns together, if there have been an orientation course where members are taken through, some of these issues might have been solved. But this is one of the fastest moving parliament. In less than 2 months, you've done a lot. But you should appreciate that, and let's proceed and make progress. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member for Bimbila.
Mr. Speaker, I think I'll go by your suggestion that we should hold on, because this has just been uploaded and the other one has come. You know, the last parliament, they were doing something. They used to give us some of these reports a day before, using the official emails. So they will give you a day before, because if you just upload this and you don't give a hard copy to the person, what simply happens is that the person will not be able to, unless he comes like an hour before to peruse and get to know. I remember the chief whip used to send us votes and proceedings, send us hands out a day before. Then you go through and know exactly what is there and what is not there, so that things you have said, because these are official reports, and they capture exactly what you have said. It is not whether it's correct or not, but it's exactly what the person said. It may be wrong, but the fact is that it has to capture, they are minutes, they are like minutes, you have to capture what was said on that day. So if this has just been put and members have not had the opportunity and they are raising concerns, then maybe we'll flag it tomorrow, we'll go through it. And then if the 14th February, or if 14th February would have been a Saturday and it's not, or it was a sitting day, then we can push the other one to raise. So I'll support your position, Mr.
Thank you very much, honorable members.
Speaker, not to belabor the point, I agree with my senior colleague. I just feel we shouldn't let this matter slide just like that. Speaker, it reoccurs oftentimes. And I think there should be a responsibility dispensed. I believe the government whip, and I see my two whips here, the government whip, Speaker, should work on this and come and report to the House. If it is the case that the ICT department has some challenge, it should be communicated to us. We have always, since the start of the parliament, the encouragement has been coming from the ICT department that it's work in progress and we are working on the system. This work on the system and the 24-hour economy It's becoming something. Speaker, it's not impressive. So, Speaker, I want to employ your directives. We are operating under 24-hour economy. Speaker, so the government whip, Speaker, I employ a directive that the government whip should be given the responsibility to liaise with the ICT department. Friday, you should give us some briefing. What is the challenge? We need to know.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, this is not a matter we can just laugh about.
Honorable Minority Leader, I think I have a contrary view to what you are saying. This is a matter of leadership. It's not only government whips. Its leadership should work out with the IC. No, you are pushing it only to majority whips. I think its leadership as a whole should take up this matter with the ICT Center and let's resolve it once and for all.
Speaker, I promise on my honor, I will do my part. Except that sometimes the government side, Speaker, you can cite the composition of committees. The last time he was here, he displayed 2 files that they were done with the committees. It's been 2 weeks, 2 fat files that they are done. Are you still composing your committees? So, Speaker, it's not that we don't want to work. The government side, you have to come forth. Show leadership. Honorable Achampo, show leadership. Honorable Doyo, show leadership. Under 24-hour economy, the excuses are becoming too much. Too much excuses.
But with regards to the composition of the committee, I think they promised today. And I'm sure. Let me yield it to Honorable Senior. I'll come to you. Let me yield it to
just before you proceed. The promises have always been coming. Last week
Leader, let me yield it to majority whip. Yes, Honorable Comfort, do you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, all these concerns will be addressed. This is young Parliament. We are just 7 weeks old, and the IT department is doing their best, though we will connive with them to make sure things are done properly. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is we have to get this information a day before or early morning before we get in. And if we can they can even connect the machines in our offices to get these information and then read through before we get into, we'll address these issues. But printing papers, I don't think we should encourage it again. So the IT department will meet them and see if they have some challenges so that we address it. And everybody will be fine in the house. Thank you. The 24-hour economy has come to stay, and it will soon take shape. It will soon take shape. After the budget, you will see the wonders. So don't worry about the 24-hour economy. It has come to stay, and it will work.
Honorable members, can we move on? I mean,
with the committee issues.
No, we'll come. You let me finish. Leader, Honorable Member for Santiago Chimnov, let me hear you first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to speak on this, but because you directed that we should move on, I sat down. Right.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, please.
No, Mr. Speaker, you remember last week I gave the promise that today our side will get our names in order. But Mr. Speaker, I'm pleading with my colleague. Give out the list for the committee of chieftaincy. We don't have your list. Submit it to them so that they will conclude everything this week, so that selection committee will meet, so that we'll go through all the processes, so that we'll get the committee in place. So, when?
Colleague Champon should be informed that 3 days ago, that has been done. Okay. So now the ball is in your court. because you have been lacking behind. For 1 month, Speaker, they've been lacking behind. And I see your problem. Speaker, you know their problem. The former chief whip couldn't communicate properly with the new chief whip. That was the problem. That was the problem. So please, we have submitted. Speaker, we have submitted our list, and let the record reflect same that our list is complete and we have submitted it. Please take notice.
Mr. Speaker, if they have submitted their list, then we are good to go. So then the committee will schedule a meeting, then we'll just produce the report. That's all. So we don't need to be fighting among ourselves any longer. Since we produce the list, we are good to go.
Very well. On that note, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the leadership on both sides, but I just want to bring leadership attention on a very important thing. Mr. Speaker, I heard committees, composition, and sitting arrangements. Mr. Speaker, I've been in the leadership for 12 years, but when my brothers or my friends on the other side were on this side, they rushed and committed so many mistakes. I'm urging this current leadership on the government bench not to commit similar mistake. They are pushing you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, don't allow them to push you. Mr. Speaker, the government bench wait for cabinet composition and approval of ministers. Then they move to composition of committees before they know proper sitting arrangements, because the chairman of finance committee sit directly behind the leadership. The subsidiary legislation sit directly behind. Mr. Speaker, and constitutional legal sit directly behind. So if you don't know who are going to be your cabinet member, how will you go and arrange sitting arrangements?
These are
so Mr. Speaker, these are matters that you shouldn't push them. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Asibe was chairman for finance. He was sitting on the fourth lane. These are things that we must avoid. These are matters we must avoid. They are critical issues.
Honorable.
So don't push them to create mistakes.
Honorable Leader.
And they made a lot of mistakes. Mr. Speaker, I think the minister responsible for local government and chieftaincy is misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, it is not the case that we have to get cabinet ministers approved in place before committees and sitting arrangements are done. Mr. Speaker, per our standing orders, even for vetting of the said cabinet ministers, the committee need to be in place so that subject matter committee chairs can be vetted. And it is also not true if he said that we committed a lot of mistakes when we were on this side. It is never true. Even though with his experience, the new standing orders, previous standing orders in the 8th Parliament didn't have anything we call the backbenchers. These backbenchers have come to define as to who become a backbencher. If you are a minister, you are a senior, that definition is, but in the 8th Parliament, we didn't have that. So it is never the case that he should suggest, because sitting arrangement. He's a former leader, 12 years, a minister. Many a time he's seated over there as a backbench. Where you are seated, that's not your seat. And that's not your seat. Your sitting arrangement is not even done. So you cannot even sit here, because we have seniors, aside ministers, deputy ministers. Honorable Collins Dowda is one of the most senior. Honorable Nitiwule and Co, Sif Timers coming. That's where they are seated. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, that's where they are seated. But you, as a former leader, should just sit behind the leadership. Your people could not be able to constitute the committees. At the moment, the hope of the 140 who are not ministers or deputy ministers are on the committees. They are disappointed because they don't know where they are even going. None of them, they didn't get the minister, they didn't get deputy minister, and they don't even know committees that they belong to. And we are talking about this, and you are saying that's the only hope you have. That is the hope you have. So tell your front bench to do the committees, so that when you are committee chairs or you are ranking, then you can be able to know what you can do. You have missed out. Out of the 16 ministers to be appointed, only 40 of you have been considered. So 140, you are not ministers or deputy ministers.
Thank you.
Please tell your front bench to constitute the committees, so that you can also know where you belong.
Thank you, honorable members. We bring a crucial to this particular discussion. So we are flagging this particular report. We will take it tomorrow. We are flagging the 13th February edition of the official report. We will take it tomorrow. Honorable members, indulge me to acknowledge our children from APRA SDABC School. APRA SDABC School. They are in the public gallery. They are being led by Emmanuel Echampong, who happens to be a teacher, and the school is located at Gomua East constituency. Gomua East constituency. Do we have the member of parliament here? Gomua East. Where is he? Well. Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker,
they are our children.
Mr. Speaker, is the Deputy Minister designated for energy and is preparing for vetting.
Please.
Gomua is.
I haven't asked anybody to respond to it. I just wanted to find out whether the member of parliament is here. So, our children from Gomua East, I think we are witnessing what is going on here. I hope it will inspire you to study hard. So go back and study hard, so that tomorrow, when your fathers and your mothers here are no more here, you come and take over. We wish you well, and I believe the member of parliament, I noted, is a designate minister for energy, will take care of you. So you are welcome. So you may take your seat back. Honorable members, let us now turn to statements. Today, we are going to have 5 statements. One from the Minister of Health. I'm just mentioning their names so that everybody will prepare. One from Minister of Health. One from Member for Empraeso. One from a member for Sitifi North. One from Ofuanse Ayiribi. And the last one from Ho Central. So I've just decided to mention the constituencies so that they can prepare. We will take first from the Minister for Health. Yes,
Speaker, if you may indulge me, before we take item 8, there is item 7. And Speaker, we have scheduled to receive the Minister for Energy and the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance was scheduled to answer urgent questions. And the Minister of Finance has submitted an official letter to the effect that he is unable to attend upon the House. Fair enough. The Minister for Energy and Green Transition, he was scheduled for 2 businesses. First one was to answer questions. Second one was to brief the House on a matter that, Speaker, you directed to the Minister. The Minister simply wrote to Parliament and said that he regrets he can't attend upon the House. Speaker, that is not the practice of this House.
If for any reason a minister cannot attend upon the House, it is incumbent on the minister to give a tangible reason. None of this has been performed by the minister, and that is not acceptable. So beyond that, my good friend, the Minister for Health, who has been busy these days because of cholera matters, meningitis, and other matters, he's been running errands, and I commend you for that. Speaker, as at when we met at conclave, his matter didn't come up. We are not aware he's coming to make any statement in the House floor. Speaker, it cannot be the case that ministers will just walk to the chamber and present statement. That is not right. He is a member of parliament. Leader, he knows what to do.
Leader,
Speaker, will you indulge me?
That one is
that
at my discretion.
Of that statement, if you, order 93, order 93.8 says, statement admitted will be transmitted by the clerk. However, if a minister of state is coming to make a statement on policy or whatever matter, we in leadership, at least at conclave, should be aware.
Leader.
Speaker.
You are right,
Speaker.
but I just want to explain.
So if I am right, then he should do the proper thing.
What is the proper thing?
Let him do the proper things.
What is that?
He needs to do the proper thing.
Leader, what is the proper thing?
He's my friend. He should at least inform leadership. Speaker, he should inform us. You see, don't take it lightly. Commander, don't take it. It's not personal. No, members need to know what you are coming to speak to. We are not aware. So I implore you to ask leadership. I see Honorable Doyo on her feet. We need to know the whereabouts of the Minister of Energy and also know the whereabouts of the Ministers Defense and Interior. Defense and Interior was supposed to be here to apprise us on matters happening at Wale Wale and its environs, the curfew matters. Brief us about it. We are not aware.
Minority leader. With regards to Minister for Health statement, it came straight away from the Speaker, and it's an emergency issue. So, without not discussing even at the plenary, the Speaker directed that we take it as a matter of urgency. But I think with regards to the Minister for Energy, I'm told he has sent a letter and given you a copy.
Speaker, no, this is about reputation. I guard my reputation. Yes, we were giving copies of the statement, but you did not listen to me. What I said was, a reason was not assigned for his absence. And the practice has been that if a minister cannot come, the House needs to know why the minister cannot attend upon the House. That's basically what I'm referring to. The finance minister gave a reason that he was going for budget hearing. That is how it's supposed to be done. That is how it's done. Speaker, it's not tenable. It's not acceptable. Leadership will have to tell us something. They have to tell us something. Then, besides that, the Defense and Interior Minister was programmed to come to apprise us at close sitting. Speaker, at close sitting, the Defense Minister and the Minister of Interior were programmed to be here. They are also not here. You are not taking the House serious. Speaker, you must take the House serious.
Leader, it's okay. It's okay.
This is the Parliament of Ghana.
Leader,
Speaker,
it's okay.
This is the Parliament of Ghana.
Leader, it's okay.
Yes, this is the Parliament of Ghana. You can't take it for granted. Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The first part of his question has been answered by you, because admissibility is in the hands of Mr. Speaker. So since you have admitted the statement from the Health Minister, I don't see the reason why my colleague will be raising all these issues. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the Energy Minister, he has shown respect, written to the House, copied the minority side. So I don't see the reason why you are raising this issue again. The Minister has shown respect, written to you. Please, I can attend upon Parliament, and you are asking for further. It's fair to ask for further clarification, but he has shown respect. So I think we can move forward and then give him another opportunity to come to the House and then brief the House. So you have the copy of the letter, at least in good faith. Let's make progress.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Health, please take the podium.
The Defense and Interior
Leader,
Minister.
I haven't called you. Leader, I haven't called you.
No, this is not right.
Leader,
the Defense and Interior Minister is also scheduled.
Leader.
He's scheduled to be here.
Leader, you have to respect the chair.
I respect the chair.
So I haven't called you.
The Defense and Interior Minister. He spoke to.
Mr. Speaker, you shouldn't forget he's no longer the chief, government chief whip. You shouldn't forget
Honorable
that. You're no longer the government chief.
Honorable Comforter, I haven't called you. Please. The one I have called to the floor is the Minister for Health. Honorable Akando, you have the floor now.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to address the House on an urgent global public concern that I inherited. Mr. Speaker, the increasing infiltration of illicit opioids into our country is indeed a matter of grave public health and national security concern. Thank you for the opportunity to share on the insight into the key issues related to the growing threat that illegal opioids pose to the health and safety of our people, especially the youth. Mr. Speaker, opioids serve a critical role in modern medicine, providing relief from pain. However, their misuse has led to devastating addiction crises worldwide, and Ghana is no exception. In West Africa, unregulated painkillers flood local markets, often smuggled through weak borders, controls, and distributed by criminal networks. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's FDA has confirmed that ongoing market surveillance has uncovered unregistered tramadol brands, that is Trafanol, Tarapamol, Tramacan, entering the country through unapproved routes. In Ghana, Mr. Speaker, tramadol abuse has already caused significant social and health problems, particularly among young people. High doses of tramadol, often far exceeding what is legally allowed for medical use, have been found in circulation, leading to severe addiction, mental health issues, and even death. What is most alarming, Mr. Speaker, is that this crisis has now evolved beyond tramadol. The Ministry of Health and the FDA have taken note of the recent BBC Africa Eye investigative report released 4 days ago, exposing the alleged exportation of unapproved drugs containing tapentadol, a powerful opioid, and carisoprodol as key active ingredients. These drugs, produced by the Indian pharmaceutical firm Avio Pharmaceuticals and distributed through Westfin International, have reportedly entered West African markets, including Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, and Ghana. It is worth noting, Mr. Speaker, tafradol and other tapentadol, carisoprodol combinations have never been registered for use in Ghana, and no import permits have been issued for them. The investigation has raised serious concern about regulatory oversight and border enforcement. We should ask ourselves the following questions. How have these unregistered opioids found their way into our markets? Who is responsible, and what measures must we take to ensure this does not happen again? Response to the rising opioid crisis. Mr. Speaker, prior to the recent expose, the Ministry of Health and its regulatory agencies had already taken steps to mitigate the risk associated with opioid misuse by doing the following: reclassification of tramadol as a controlled drug. Recognizing the widespread abuse of tramadol, regulations were introduced to limit its sale, manufacture, and distribution. Tramadol sale is restricted to prescription use only. Similarly, we banned the manufacture and sale of codeine containing cough syrup, seizure and interception of unauthorized opioids. Several shipments of unregistered opioids were intercepted at our borders over recent years, preventing their entry into the market. Market surveillance and regulatory enforcement. Regular inspections of pharmacies and over-the-counter medicine sellers were conducted, leading to removal of unauthorized opioids products. Prosecution of offenders. Currently, 6 over-the-counter medicine sellers in the Ahafo region are being prosecuted for the illegal sale and distribution of tramadol and other opioids. In addition to the above action, Mr. Speaker, in recent years, we have had major seizures and disposal of illicit opioids. Please permit me to highlight a few. December 18, 2023, a container declared for transit to Niger was found to contain 181 cartons of Royal 222 mg tapidinol and carisprodol, 51 cartons of Tamacane 120 mg, 90 cartons of Tafradol 120 mg. These were seized and disposed of following a court order on January 16, 2025, with distribution completed on February 21, 2025. May 2024, a joint enforcement team intercepted 376 cartons of tramadol hydrochloride 225 mg, concealed among laboratory coveralls. A court order in October 2024 authorized their destruction. Despite these efforts, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that these actions have not been sufficient to prevent illicit opioids from entering the country through illegal channels. Mr. Speaker, I will now highlight some of the actions that the health sector has taken in response to the crisis, especially in the past few days following the BBC Africa Eye investigation. 1. Immediate action taken after the BBC Africa Eye expose. Mr. Speaker, following the revelations of the BBC Eye findings on Avio Pharmaceuticals and Western International involvement in illegal opioid distribution, the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the regulatory and security agencies, took immediate and decisive action. The FDA has directed Samos Pharma to immediately cease using these companies as exporters of registered products to Ghana. Additionally, FDA has suspended the processing of Masters Pharmaceutical Limited application, which uses Avio Pharmaceutica as contract manufacturer. Tighter border inspections and enforcement. A joint task force involving the FDA, the Narcotic Control Commission, Customs, and the Ghana Revenue Authority has intensified checks at major entry points to prevent further unauthorized imports, leading to destruction of a large consignment of Tafradol and similar drugs. Increased monitoring of over-the-counter drug sales. Inspections have been intensified, unauthorized opioids seized, and legal action taken against offenders. Public awareness and consumer protection measures. A national education campaign has been launched to warn the public about the dangers of illicit opioid use and encourage responsible medication practices. Next steps, strengthen regulatory oversight and enforcement. Mr. Speaker, while these immediate actions have helped to contain the situation, more needs to be done to permanently shut down the supply of illicit opioids into Ghana. We have noted the following challenges that impede the effective response, which requires urgent attention. Unmanned borders allow for the illegal movement of opioids into Ghana. Limited inspection capacity for transit goods destined to other countries enables unregistered drugs to leak into the Ghanaian market. Intelligence sharing. Intelligence sharing mechanism between the FDA, Customs, and NACOC needed to improve enforcement outcomes are suboptimal. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health will therefore collaborate with the relevant bodies on the following initiatives: strengthening market surveillance and compliance monitoring, strengthening import controls and licensing, enhancing law enforcement and interagency collaboration, strengthening international cooperation, need for interagency response. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note the critical need for an interagency response to this crisis. The FDA works closely with multiple government and security agencies to enhance enforcement, intelligence sharing, and regulatory compliance. Interagency enforcement and raids. The FDA carries out joint enforcement actions with Ghana Police Service, Pharmacy Council, Narcotics Control Commission, National Security, Ghana Standards Authority, Port Health Authority, Environmental Protection Agency, local government authorities. These teams conduct raids, market surveillance, and manage disposal of confiscated drugs to remove illicit opioids from circulation. Border and import control collaboration. Ghana Revenue Authority and Narcotic Control Commission assist the FDA in monitoring entry ports and intercepting illicit opioid shipments. These joint operations at porous borders have resulted in major drug seizures. A united front against opioid abuse. Mr. Speaker, the opioid crisis is not just a health issue, but a national emergency. The Ministry of Health has acted swiftly in response to these findings, but more work remains. More importantly, I would like to emphasize we need a coordinated and sustained response from all relevant sectors and the public. Together, we must close the loopholes, tighten the rules, and hold those responsible for the crisis accountable. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must not become a safe haven for illicit opioids and must not become a hub for opioid abuse and trafficking. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let me start from Kweli Krote. Honorable Dr. Zinato Ajima-Rawlings.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is well known to be a hub and a transit point for illicit drugs. But this particular phenomenon that we're witnessing is quite shocking, actually. As a matter of fact, in my constituency, we have a cluster of schools, the Niamugi cluster of schools, where people who are addicted to drugs have actually invaded the premises, where they harass children, they harass the teachers, and recently, in the last 3 weeks, one of the security personnel in the school was attacked by a gang of drug addicts and is now in 37 military hospital in a coma. Mr. Speaker, the ramifications of this illicit drug inflow into Ghana goes beyond the large scale, but it's affecting people's lives. It's affecting the security in our schools. It's affecting the security of our ordinary citizens. And Mr. Speaker, the law enforcement agencies responsible for this need to be strengthened. We had up until a few weeks ago collaboration between the U.S. government, specifically the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, with the government of Ghana in helping to combat some of this transnational crime and illicit drug use. Since the suspension of this, Mr. Speaker, I believe that may have contributed to what we are seeing. We need to re-engage some of these international agencies and strengthening our capacity to monitor what's going on in our borders and ensure that when we actually do track down these criminals, the prosecution of them and effective implementation of our regulations is actually done in order to be a disincentive for those who wish to use Ghana as a transit point. Our youth are really increasingly becoming a target of all of this. And Mr. Speaker, this is a national security issue because it affects our country in so many ways. It's affecting so many sectors, and it will probably require a whole, multidimensional approach in order to actually effectively deal with this issue. Mr. Speaker, that this matter is something that's affecting a lot of communities. My constituency has a very high level of addiction, has a lot of young people who are addicted to drugs, and unfortunately, this is an issue that has been swept under the rug for too long. And it is my prayer that given the expose that has happened, the global embarrassment that we see now, we will take this issue very seriously, the issue of addiction and mental health and how we address the way drugs are used in this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me start with my senior member for Asante Achem Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I congratulate the Minister of Health for the statement he's made to the country in drawing our attention. Mr. Speaker, I pardon my ignorance, but it looks like this opium is becoming a serious matter in the country. I heard the minister talk about the fact that some arrests were made, they were taken to court, and the court gave an order that the substance be destroyed. I, however, didn't hear whether that was effected, the destruction. Another serious matter is when something that is not good for the country is directed to be destroyed, and yet it finds its way back into the country. So from the minister's statement, one would realize that the law enforcement agencies are already working. But I would want to draw the minister's attention that customs, they control the borders. And I didn't hear the minister also talk about the Narcotics Control Board, which we have in the country. I did not hear, that's what I said. So I would want the minister to work very hard so that these two institutions would collaborate, because when they are found into the country, it is very difficult to control. The police may not be able to track all, but when they are coming into the borders, they have to know. I haven't seen one before, and I believe that some customs officials may not even know what kind of substance we are talking about, unless they have to be trained. So the minister must make this conscious effort so that there will be collaboration between the Narcotics Control Board and the Customs Excise Division to make sure that this menace is brought to a halt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Professor Bayo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the Minister of Health and the Ministry for the swift action and the agencies under the ministry for handling what appears to be a national public health crisis. Mr. Speaker, opioids are good servants, but bad masters. They are drugs used to manage moderate to very severe pain, and they are therefore very useful in the health system. However, if unregulated, they can be very devastating. These drugs, when consumed, work on the brain and bring what we call euphoria, which is what they will call in lay term the high. And therefore, they also exhibit something we call pharmacologic tolerance, which is that with subsequent consumption, you need to take higher doses to have the same effect. So the youth who engage in these drugs easily get addicted and have to take higher doses to get the same effect than before. And they are causing a lot of damage to our youth. The issue raised by the BBCI investigation, in my view, smacks of deliberate poisoning, because these drugs were not made for any medical purpose. They have never been used anywhere. And the combination is a terrible combination of a potent maxillary relaxant and a very addictive opioid. And when you take these two combined in one formulation, it is unacceptable. So I want to commend the ministry for what they are doing. And for us as a people, our biggest concern is that addiction will have a serious drain on us. Addictions are better prevented than managed. As a country, public rehabilitation centers are not more than 3. We have very few rehabilitation centers. And the outcomes of rehabilitation, especially of drug addiction, is also not very promising. For every 10 patients who go to rehabilitation, just 3 to 5 may successfully get out of it. Relapse is very high. So for those who get hooked onto it, getting out becomes a serious challenge. I would therefore want to commend the ministry, but ask that serious intersectoral collaboration is needed. This is as a result of pure regulatory failure. This House has passed several laws, including the Narcotics Control Commission, their act, the FDA Act, and all these empower state agencies, the Ghana Police Service, Pharmacy Council. But what is happening is that it looks like almost all these agencies have failed us in one way or the other. And so I would urge the minister that as they are going through the administrative processes, we should also ensure that the criminal processes are followed. Because if you bring an unregistered drug into the country, it's a crime. And those who commit that crime must be punished. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me listen to...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want
you wouldn't even wait for me to mention your name. Anyway, let's hear you.
All right. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the minister for bringing to the attention of the entire country this national canker. Indeed, the opioid intake in our country is a worrying trend. Mr. Speaker, now what the youth do is that they do not only take the tramadol, but they mix tramadol with energy drinks, which contributes to the highness. I mean, and virtually every assembly of young people that you see in this country, you realize that that practice is going on. I mean, in my constituency, sometimes you find out from the young people how they are able to get tramadol. And they tell you that now tramadol even they have ghettos like the way weeds are sold in ghettos and all of that. People have tramadols in their bags, and at all times when they need it, they apply it. Mr. Speaker, it's a challenge. I remember when I was involved in an accident and I was admitted at Ridge Hospital. The intake of opioids was quite regulated, but you could easily get it. I mean, they can prescribe it for you, the doctors will prescribe it for you and all of that. And at a point, even me myself, I was nearly getting used to it. I mean, every time when the pain comes, you would ring bells, calling on your doctors to, as it were, prescribe the medicine for you. But Mr. Speaker, last year when I traveled to Germany for another medical procedure, before you are prescribed an opioid, you need to go and see a pain doctor. And when the pain doctor prescribes for you the medicine, and you take the medicine to a pharmacy, you will not get the medicine on the counter of the pharmacy. So what they do is that you submit your prescription to the pharmacy, and you are given a period of 6 hours to come back for your medicine. Then we asked them, why do you do that? What we found out was that such serious drugs are not found in the pharmacies. They are regulated, they are controlled somewhere. And so if you bring your prescription, Then they now send your prescription to those centers, and it gets delivered to you. So when that is done, then the entire ecosystem of opioids is regulated. But in our system, that is not what is happening. Every pharmacy that you go, when you mention that you want tramadol, you will get it. When you mention that you want Pitidin, you will get it. All the very, very high drugs, when you mention to our pharmacists and present to them a prescription, such prescription, you don't even know hospitals that are prescribing them, whether they are coming from proper doctors or people sat in their homes and just use some coral draws or some papers to prescribe them. We don't even know. So we ought to look at it very well, Mr. Minister. How we control such drugs in the system is very important. And for me, I think we need to start punishing pharmacists that easily release these drugs to our young people. It is destroying our youth, and I think it's important that we find a way of, having a more stricter controls in the release of such drugs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me come to Felicia. Quintampo South.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to the statement made by the Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, 7 parliaments have made a statement about tramadol. Tramadol, I don't know how it got into the system. I remember one time I was going to my normal campaign and I met one gentleman. The guy was almost dead. In fact, when I saw him, I thought the guy has passed out or something. So they were like, oh no, Honorable, he's fine, he'll be okay. I said, okay, at least let me take him to the hospital. They said, no, we should leave him like that. Honorable, he'll be fine. And true, Mr. Speaker, I came back in about 5 hours time, then I saw the guy sitting down eating. Then I said, why? What happened to him? They say it's tramadol, but they call it tramon. At the village, that's how they call it, tramon. And Mr. Speaker, you see those boys that they use bicycle going around in our communities. Some of them use motorbike. They sell all kinds of medicine. They can give you medicine for anything. Mr. Speaker, yes, they can give you medicine for maybe white or infection. Mr. Speaker, the last time I went to America, I think it was around spring, and I always have allergies. And there's this medicine called Claritin D. Then I realized that when I was going to buy, I buy 1 pack, and I said I wanted to buy 2 so that I don't have to go back to the pharmacy. They told me that no, I even have to show them my ID. And there are certain communities in Ghana here that tramadol, they sell it over the counter. Meanwhile, it's a prescribed medication. I was sick and they gave me Dorita. Then I asked my doctor, I said, you gave me this medication, but I've been sleeping like all day. That was when I realized that Dorita have tramadol inside. Mr. Speaker, honestly, it's about time. I thank the Minister of Health. It's about time for us to take charge and control over this tramadol because it's destroying the youth. Just recently, I found out that tramadol, they have about 25 or 250 milligrams. Mr. Speaker, I know people that take this medication or this medicine, and it's really destroying our youth. Because when they take it, I heard that it can, anybody who's trying to, who is doing farm, the tramadol, when they take one, it can help them to read about maybe 1 acre. And the person is 30 years. When you see the person is 60 years. The tramadol is really destroying our boys, especially the youth. I'm very glad that the minister is here and he made a statement himself. Right, Honorable Minister. In fact, we believe you, we trust you. That is why you are here. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is long overdue. Mr. Speaker, we thank you so much for the opportunity and thank the Minister of Health too. Thank you so much.
Yes, you are a pharmacist, eh? Are you a pharmacist?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let's thank the maker of the statement, the Honorable Minister for Health. Mr. Speaker, each one of us will experience a certain type of pain one way or the other in our life. So the need for a pain medication is critical. So all of us will one day need a muscle relaxant. So the need for us to have muscle relaxant in the system is also critical. But what we are seeing in Ghana, this opioid crisis that is about to hit us to the level that it can be likened to dropping the atomic bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Mr. Speaker, the tapentadol, the brand name is Nucynta. That was first approved in the United States in 2008 and 2011, has been in existence. They call it class 2 drug. It's because the level of addiction is even higher than the tramadol. And it's been in existence and they've been using it. So when you go to the carisoprodol, which is the muscle relaxer, it's one of the oldest drugs that they have generics on it. They've been using all this while. Mr. Speaker, the issue here is one, this statement should have even been done in collaboration with the Minister for Interior. Because it's not only the health minister's issue, it's issue of export and import. So that is the first issue. If we can regulate our customs and our ports, then we'll be able to find what is coming in and what is going out. Because this active ingredient, Mr. Speaker, could even come into the country as a raw material before it can be produced. It can be used to produce into the drug. So this statement, I believe that we should have the Minister for Interior and the Minister of Health give us a joint strategy as to how they are going to curb this menace. Mr. Speaker, after that, then we will come to what we call the local manufacturing industry. The pharmaceutical industry locally is supposed to be strengthened and be given enough resources so we can start producing these drugs within our country and we can properly regulate it. If we are not allowing, because they are generics, these drugs are not brand new drugs, they are not the original brands of the drug coming from India. They are generic drugs. Sometimes you have countries like the United States, Europe, and others, they're coming out with these new drugs, and we tend to produce the generics. This country has enough aspects that we can build their capacity and build the local pharmaceutical industry with enough resources so we can produce it here. In that case, we can have a proper supervision. When we produce in here, then the issue of internal regulation becomes something between the Food and Drugs Authority, the Pharmacy Council, and the Medical and Dental Council, because it's not only the dispenser. We can have the pharmacy dispensing based on prescription. But we have medical doctors who are also will be tend to write these prescription drugs for people who will be using it for improper use. So, Mr. Speaker, this is something that we have to refer it to a committee to have a further engagement on how we as a country we will not go further, because tramadol, if tramadol can cause a defect to our country, Nucynta will make it worse. So it's critical that we have a joint statement or direction coming from both the Minister of Health and the Interior Minister, and we'll look at what other countries have done that have dealt with this opioid crisis over the years. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, and I believe we can do a good job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable members, let me take the last round, because we can't go on and on and on and on. Let me take the last round. So you are all yielding to Dr. Mark. So, Mark, let me hear you. Then.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I want to thank the Minister of Health for acting promptly to bring this statement to Parliament. I think we're discussing it on our platforms to ensure that we have such a statement on the floor of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, today's discussion is not new as such. Over the years, there have been drugs that has come into the system to destroy our youth, medical staff, etc. There was a time we had Petidin, a drug that when you give yourself that injection, even though it's a painkiller, it will also give you the symptoms that I'll soon be mentioning. After that, so many other drugs have come to pass, Toradol, and now it came to the turn of Tramadol. And now the people or those out there have realized that, no, we have carried out a lot of education on Tramadol. So they now want to change. They are bringing in new drugs that we don't know. Everybody now knows about Tramadol because of the good education that we've carried out, even though it is still being used and abused. But they are bringing new drugs. Tabendadol, Carisoprodol, etc. These appear to be new, but their effect is the same. They will cause you depression, drowsiness, respiratory depression, that is difficulty in breathing, coma, and possibly you can even die. Let me stress the die. For people to know that today we are talking about drugs that can kill you by just taking them. Yes, there are medicines that have been approved in some countries and probably might be subjected to the same process in Ghana here. But there are medicines that need to be controlled. There are medicines that need somebody to prescribe for you and somebody to dispense. They should not be sold openly. And now they are finding their way into the country in quantities beyond what medical care needs. And I want to appeal to the Food and Drugs Authority that they should look at this problem holistically in approving any drug that will come into the society. Sometimes they are coming to do the same thing, and we already have a drug that is, providing that service. What is the need to bring in some new drugs? We should have statistics. We should know the amount of said drugs that are prescribed yearly for people, and know that, yes, if we bring in, let's say, 1,000 tablets of Tramadol, that is enough for the patients in Ghana here. We shouldn't just allow that you can import any quantity because it's Tramadol and Tramadol is used at the hospitals. We should just bring in any quantity that we want. No, that should not be the case. We should have data, and out of the data, we should restrict the importation of said drugs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, leadership. Leadership, Honourable Anodompre.
Speaker, let me commend my friend for the statement. We want to be seeing more of this from the ministers. And earlier when he was in the House to make a statement on cholera and meningitis, and I know he's been very busy lately. I think professionals have spoken. I've heard Doc spoke, Honorable Bivol spoken. One thing that is clear is that we have to step up our monitoring. Our monitoring mechanisms have to be stepped up, and not limited to this drug alone. There are other concerns similar. And so we should be able to pick these signals well ahead of time. So that, for me, that is the trust of the matter. And if we are able to do that, we'll be able to have good control. So we want to encourage our minister. I know he's passionate and very dedicated to duty. They have to push forward and make sure we step up our monitoring mechanisms. I couldn't have agreed more with my senior colleague when he mentioned our borders, what we can do to step up our borders, and also awareness creation for citizens who are manning our borders should know what we are talking about. What are these drugs or category of drugs, so that even they can identify them when they see them, if they're not carried along. So we will want to, I know the budget is now coming, but this is an emergency matter. An emergency. Speaker, we have to employ on the exchequer, who is also one of our own, the Honorable to force him. We will have to release some liquidity. I see my minister is distressed. Honorable Akando is distressed. He needs liquidity. He must be giving some liquidity. We are charging on him, I should say it, I will say it. We are charging on him to do more, to carry all the stakeholders along. He needs the liquidity. So the exchequer must be directed. Speaker, if you bear with me, I'll plea your consequential directives. The exchequer should be directed to release some funding. I know the previous government left some good funding. Should be giving some funding for him to hit the road running. Should lead the road, should hit the road and hit the grounds. Because this is a serious matter. And I hope that the health minister will be strengthened enough in all fours so that he will be strong enough to hit the road to ensure that we bring a good control of this matter. But I must commend him, and he should forgive me. I wasn't trying to prevent him from presenting his statement. It was on some other matters. He knows I would never do that to him. So, Speaker, I thank you, and I think that we have to support him, give him all the needed support to be able to do what he has to do. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I will give the opportunity to Dr. Sander.
Okay, very well. Dr. Sander.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Leader, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said. I also commend the Minister for Health for the very quick response in terms of coming to the House, to let us know and to let Ghanaians know about this issue of public health crisis that really needs urgent concern. Mr. Speaker, what we are discussing is the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot happening out there that has not yet come to attention. Thanks to the BBC that has revealed these menace. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with drugs or substances that people, especially our youth, take to feel high. Mr. Speaker, why do they want to feel high? And why do they need a substance to feel high? Mr. Speaker, that comes due to unemployment. And that is one of the issues that we have to tackle. So the issue has to be tackled using multidisciplinary approach. Some youth take it to feel high, to do what they want, either to commit crimes. Mr. Speaker, some take these drugs to feel high, to have good sex. And some ladies feel good. They feel high on the road. Some of the people that would meet you on the road can shoot you. Don't just do it ordinarily. They do it because they feel high. Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank the minister and say that, like the minority chief whip has said, we need to invest in pharmacovigilance. It is not today that this menace has been happening, but we couldn't pick it up, meaning that we need to invest and support our regulatory bodies to have funding, adequate funding, to be able to do what the law mandates them to do. That is where the problem is. And I know, the Minister of Health is up to the task. When he was ranking member for health, he was pushing for adequate funding for FDA and other bodies. So I know His Excellency and the NDC government would work hard to strengthen FDA and other bodies to deliver. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I think the committees are not in place now, and I think it's good that the minister himself came to make this statement. And therefore, once he has sat in, listened to the comments of members, the issues that has been raised, advice they've given, I think we take everything on board and see how best to address this issue.
Speaker, if you may indulge me, I was suggesting earlier, if it finds favor with you, that this is an emergency situation. And it's important we don't allow this to get out of hand. The man needs some support. Yes, the budget is coming next week. He needs some leaders. I can look at his body language. He has been struggling over the years. So if we may direct the Exchequer to release some support for him, especially on the account of stepping up on education.
Leader, I share your view, but I think the minister himself is here. The Exchequer, this will be his first distribution of the public purse. So let's allow the Exchequer this time around to do what is needful. I believe the Ministry of Health, as one of the important ministries, will be given what is needed. I believe so. Yes, Honorable Member for Abetifi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a public health emergency. Government is a continuous process. I don't think government has come to an end. It's an urgent process. We have funds in the contingency fund that today can be allocated to the minister to start working on this very important national emergency. We don't have to wait for, Mr. Speaker, if the budget is read on the 10th, we have to pass appropriation, the gift mills has to be loaded. We're talking about they start spending around April, end of April. But this is a national emergency that the minister must act on now. So, Mr. Speaker, with your direction, the minister and the finance minister can look for some funds. Mr. Speaker, you remember that when USAID cut funding to some health programs in this country, the president directed that the finance minister must look for some over $100 million to be given to the health ministry to bridge the gap to fund those health programs as denied by the USAID. And so government, as a continuous organization, for the lack of a better word, must find money for the health minister now to address this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. But I believe the minister himself didn't. The power is more than yours. So are you happy with what your colleagues? Are you happy? Tell us. You're happy that your colleagues are fighting for you for more resources?
Mr. Speaker, they are fighting for Ghana, everybody.
Mr. Speaker, this is an emergency situation, and I know we have a lot of constraints. It didn't start today, though, but since it's been exposed to the whole world must see us taking some actions so that everybody will take us serious. And so I'm entirely in your hands. Thank you.
Do you want to say something, Majority Leadership?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the minister is a cabinet minister, so I think he's better placed to have a good discussion with the finance minister so that interim they can put some numbers together to deal with the situation. So everything is under control. If a member made the statement, it could have been a different ball game altogether. But he is a minister, a cabinet minister, so liaising with the exchequer will never be a problem.
Honorable Majority Whip, I share with you. He's a cabinet minister. Should be able to share the issue with his colleague, the finance minister. Very well, leader, I've heard you. So, Honorable, we have 4 statements. This is the way we are going to take the statement. The first one is going to be read by Honorable Kojo Oponkroma. The second one will be read by Honorable Beneza Koku Ado. The third one will be read by Honorable Opike. Your name was not even here. Honorable Member for Mpreso. And the last one will be read by Honorable Member for O Central. So this is the way we are going to go, so that members will know how we are going. So Honorable Kojo Oponkroma, Member for Ofuasia Yiribi constituency, you may read your statement now. Mainstreaming public-private partnership in the provision of public infrastructure and services. Honorable, you have the floor now. I hope you have shared with your colleagues so that they can make meaningful contribution. Let's hear you, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make this statement on mainstreaming public-private partnerships in the provision of public infrastructure and services. Ghana in the last decade has faced a critical infrastructure and public service deficit heightened by fiscal constraints, rising debt levels, and limited access to international capital markets. The demand for road investments, energy, healthcare, water, and education far exceeds the government's financial capacity to deliver at any point in time. Traditional financing mechanisms such as domestic revenue, foreign loans, and donor grants have become increasingly difficult to mobilize. To contain the situation, most administrations resort to cutting government expenditure. But this also has the risk of cutting growth and limiting job creation. Globally, many governments are growing a deepened interest in the use of public-private partnerships as a viable alternative route to bridge the infrastructure and public service finance gap. PPPs in this context, Mr. Speaker, refers to arrangements where the private sector assumes significant financing and project management risk and responsibility for delivering public infrastructure or services over a medium to long-term period. Ghana's PPP journey began in the early 2000s. Until recently, however, there was no comprehensive legal framework governing these partnerships. In 2011, the government introduced a national PPP policy to guide the structuring and implementation of projects. In the year 2020, Parliament passed and the President assented to Act 1039, which provides a structured legal framework for PPPs. Mr. Speaker, it's fair to say that the PPP ecosystem in Ghana is still in its nascent phases. Nonetheless, a limited number of projects have been developed within this ecosystem, and these include parts of the Tema Motorway Expansion Project and part of the Boankra England Port Project, among others. By leveraging private sector capital, technical expertise, and innovation, PPPs can deliver essential projects more effectively, more efficiently as well, while reducing the financial burden on the government. PPPs have the added advantage of strengthening the private sector as it provides long-term business opportunities. We observe, however, Mr. Speaker, that the development of further PPPs are facing some challenges, and I want to highlight a few and make some recommendations. First, there's a low level of awareness and preference for PPPs within both the public and the private sector. Most private and public institutions prefer outright contracts between the government and private sector players, where the private sector delivers and the government is obliged to pay. And as a result, project promoters hardly prefer PPP models. Public institutions will also rather turn down a promoter because of limited funds than structure a proposed project as a PPP project. Second, Mr. Speaker, there's limited capacity for structuring, modeling, and negotiating PPP transactions. Even where there exists an appetite for a PPP structure, there's limited capacity in modeling and negotiation, both on the private sector side and then on the public sector side. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, regulatory and bureaucratic bottlenecks inherent in the current PPP Act slow down the process of negotiating and executing transactions. Anecdotal evidence suggests in some cases that it takes close to a year to even be able to put one project together. Fourthly, Mr. Speaker, the very nature of PPP projects apportion part of the financing and management risk to the private sector partners. These high risks are then compounded by other national risks like the macro risks of inflation and exchange rate depreciation, and this discourages a lot of private sector players. Mr. Speaker, finally, if we're going to mainstream PPPs in delivering on the infrastructure and public service deficit in this country, a few recommendations that will urge on the government to consider. First, we need to improve the level of awareness and acceptability of PPPs. It's important for increased public and stakeholder engagement to mainstream PPPs in infrastructure and service delivery. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we have to improve specialized PPP capacity enhancement. Government needs to deepen investment in specialized training for government officials when it comes to negotiation, risk assessment, and financial structuring. And then the consulting groups such as the lawyers, the accounting firms, and the project management firms also need to deepen their capacity of their specialists in modeling and structuring. A third recommendation, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to de-risk investments and ensure bankability. We've got to work more to introduce credit enhancement mechanisms such as government-backed guarantees to attract investors. For example, at the Ministry of Housing, where I was recently, we did some work on de-risking housing PPPs by providing some incentives to include some of the things that people find risky, like land and other incentives. Mr. Speaker, the PPP Act itself, though new, may require some immediate amendment to some sections and enforcement of others. And I'll raise a few examples. Section 77 of the PPP Act has to be made more robust to reduce some of the bottlenecks in project implementation when it comes to the project development facility. The regulations to the Act itself also need to be passed quite quickly to fill the gray areas and simplify implementation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, government needs to package a pipeline of bankable PPPs on infrastructure and public services and regularly embark on roadshows to attract potential PPP partners. This will fast-track the rollout of PPP projects in the country. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, public-private partnerships present a strategic solution to Ghana's infrastructure and public service challenge. It offers a pathway to sustainable development without overburdening public finances. I want to urge the government to pay attention to the PPP option and to mainstream it in delivering infrastructure and services for the benefit of the Ghanaian people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We are taking two here, then we come to leadership. Since we have 4 statements, I hope you'll bear with me. Let me, Minister, can you hold on so that you take it as the last person listening to others? Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me.
So you sit down. Let's hear you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me to make a comment on the statement. First of all, I will want to commend the maker of the statement, Honorable Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah, former Works and Housing Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've picked a lot of importance on the statement made as far as PPP to enhance public infrastructure development is concerned. If it is properly done and properly monitored, it will attract a lot of investors into the country. But Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to one important issue on public-private partnership. In 2017, there were some investors in Ghana to partner with the government for construction of public toilet facilities in the whole of Ghana, all regions. That company, named Ghana First Company Limited, went into an agreement with several contractors, not less than 500 contractors in Ghana, who partnered with Ghana First Company Limited. Upon citing a document from the then Ministry of Local Government through the MMDCs, that this project be cited in all the district and municipal assemblies across Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it will surprise you to see that as we speak now, that project has been abandoned. Contractors, a lot of contractors, from information I gathered, suggested that some even died out of frustration because they borrowed money, huge sums of money, to finance or pre-finance the project to a certain degree of completion. Engineering assessment indicated that they have financed the project to a tune of 65% awaiting payment. Several follow-ups were made. Committees were formed, but to no avail. This will not make the industry attractive if we want to attract investors into the country to partner with the government. Then when we are doing it, it should be done properly. I will urge the current local government minister to make a follow-up on this, because wherever you drive through, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you have come across some of these projects in the bush. 24 WC SITA is just left just like that, and money has gone in. As at the time they were doing the estimate, one particular or a single unit of this facility was over 600,000 Ghana cedis. It's about 7 years now. And if it has to be properly revalued, we are not looking at less than 1 million Ghana cedis per unit. And thousands of these facilities are just left in the bush. Nothing is being done about it. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would want to thank the maker of the statement again, and to also thank you for indulging me to make a statement on this particular important matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me give it to Manson Nkwanta. My brother, can you put off your mic? Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I take this opportunity to also thank the maker of the statement, the Honourable Member for Ofuase Ayrebi. Mr. Speaker, indeed, PPP is the way forward to financing the big needful projects that we need to give us the comfort that we deserve as a people. Mr. Speaker, the country cannot shy away from the fact that we cannot, or we do not have all the needed resources to finance the big projects that we need, and PPP is the way. Mr. Speaker, even given that we have the necessary funds, it is not prudent to put all these funds in just a few big projects, because the risk is just too much. So it is proper and prudent to always de-risk. Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, I believe as a country, we all agree that having a railway line from, let's say, the coastline all the way to our northern border is something good to have as a country. But you ask yourself, can we really finance such a project, a railway line from the coastline to the northern border? This is going to cost us so much. But does it mean we should shy away from it and not have it in our lifetime, this is where a scheme like PPP comes to play. A PPP can help us to have such a big project done and done in time. But Mr. Speaker, the caution here is that we need to be detailed in our agreements with concessionaires when we are getting into PPP agreements. Because what happens is most of the times, these detailed documents are brought in by the concessionaires. They will sit down with their analysts, they will do all the work, they will do all the big cash flow works, the modeling and everything, and they bring it to the table. We might have limited capacity or limited time to even negotiate. So by the time you realize you've signed to something that you didn't really go to the feasibility well, so you might sign to this big idea of having a railway line traversing the entire country, only to realize later on that, let's say, the fare that has to be paid by the indigents will be so much that people cannot even afford to travel on such beautiful railway lines. So my caution is we should always be detailed at the initial stages. We should be knowledgeable about it or consult specialists to really understand it right from the onset, to know what we are signing to. Because concessionaires, their primary interest is to get their money out as quickly as possible. So they might tell you this project will pay for itself within 20 years. But really, if you go into it, you realize for our people to be able to afford, maybe it should be like 30 years. So we should be involved right from the onset, get expert advice before we sign into anything. But Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe, and I'm aligned to the maker of the statement, that PPP is the way forward. Countries across the world have benefited from PPP. Even United States, with its GDP of about $29 trillion, still benefits from PPP. So there are countries around the world for us to learn from, for us to get the experience from, to avoid the pitfalls that can rather negate this beautiful idea. So I support the maker of the statement, and I congratulate you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Let me go to Bori Bamboy.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank my brother for a very important statement he's made this morning. I wouldn't say much, except to add that he lamented on the fact that there's some lack of patronage. Rightly so, because it seems to me we do not appreciate the various strategies and models that we're supposed to use to roll out PPP. For instance, in a situation where government has made a promise, let's say to construct a particular road, that road can be economically viable, but in terms of finances, it may not be financially viable. Such projects, there's a model where you can come in with what we call viability gap funding. When you use viability gap funding in this particular approach, you are able to reduce the span or the time period that you're going to use in repaying the facility and making it more economical for the people to be able to pay. These are the kind of strategies that we should be using. Unfortunately, like he said, because there's no education going on, we are unable to make use of these strategies. In so many jurisdictions, it has become very clear that you cannot rely on only government to undertake such strategic projects. And that is why I think that this statement is very important. And I think that we should not just, as it were, contribute to this statement and let go. We should have a second look at this statement where, if it means that some interministerial collaboration to educate, first and foremost, our contractors, educate our financial institutions, And even government having interest in this can go a long way to help us. Financial institutions, our contractors should be able to talk together and come out with models that will be appropriate for us to be able to make good use of PPP in our development efforts. I want to thank him once again for bringing this issue up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Asenso-Boakye. I'm now being selective because no, he was up.
Thank you very much,
Honorable members, I'm being selective because of the subject matter. I mean, that is why.
Thank you very much,
yes.
Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the maker of the statement for this very important, insightful thoughts on mainstreaming public infrastructure, PPP, for public infrastructure financing. The maker of the statement, because of his background in finance and his 1 year stint at the Ministry of Works and Housing, makes him well placed to provide that kind of insights. Mr. Speaker, as others have said, this is very timely because as a country, we cannot rely on budgetary allocations to meet our infrastructure gap. And I believe that is the reason why my respected colleague came up with this very important statement. Mr. Speaker, as former Minister for Roads and Highways and also former Minister for Works and Housing, I have experienced at first hand the challenges associated with financing of public infrastructure. And I believe my colleague who is yet to speak, the current Minister for Roads, and who has been the foremost then opposition spokesperson on infrastructure, will agree with me that there are serious challenges when it comes to financing of public infrastructure. Thankfully, the maker of the statement made very important suggestions as to what we can do to address this problem. But there are two critical ones that I want to dwell on. The first one is strengthening the project preparation and bankability. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest obstacles to the implementation of PPP projects is the lack of well-packaged, well-prepared, bankable projects that are attractive to investors. And it is so because normally there is what I would call weak infrastructure feasibility studies, and also unclear risk allocation, as well as financial uncertainties. And that is why I want to join the maker of the statement in calling for the strengthening of the project development facility. Once this is strengthening, we'll be able to provide some funds for early funding and technical assistance so that we can have well-packaged projects that will be very attractive to investors. The other aspect point is also addressing the bureaucratic delays and regulatory uncertainties. These projects that we have, I have experienced a number of occasions where projects are delayed at the procurement authority level, all because of the bureaucratic nature of our procurement processes. And that is why I want to call for the review of the PP Act to streamline processes and introduce clear timelines for approvals. Mr. Speaker, once that is done, we will to fast-track the processes leading to the adoption and the implementation of PPP projects. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to support the proposal by the maker of the statement to allow for direct negotiations in cases where competitive bidding is impractical. As long as, Mr. Speaker, there is the principle of value for money and transparency,
sometimes we don't necessarily have to go into competitive bidding. I support that. Mr. Speaker, PPP projects is not just an option. It is an imperative if we want to address the infrastructure gap that we face in our country. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I want to once again commend the maker of the statement, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I will now take the Minister for Roads and Highways.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to comment on this very important statement made by our colleague, the former minister responsible for Works and Housing. I also acknowledge the very important point made by my colleagues who contributed earlier. Indeed, I agree with him that the Act 1039 needs we need to take a second look at it. Mr. Speaker, he made very important points that I believe will be the way forward. At this moment, Mr. Speaker, the Act 1039 appears to be very distant from some policymakers or decision makers regarding public-private partnership projects. So I agree with him entirely when he says that we need to build the capacity of these individuals who take part in the formulation of this project. I also agree with my colleague who talked about the need to build the capacities of even the people who put the contract together. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when I read some of the contracts we put together between us and others, it's as if we are specialists in designing contracts against ourselves, because the contracts are so bad against us. And you ask yourself, were Ghanaians involved in the formulation of this contract? So I think that there's a need to build the capacities of this. However, Mr. Speaker, the critical one also made is the one by the former minister for roads. Many of the projects we attempt to put on PPP lacked the necessary project preparation before we enter into those agreements, making it difficult to even enforce. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the two projects mentioned by my very good friend, the former Minister for Works and Housing, none of those projects is actually PPP project in any real sense. One, Buankra Integrated Logistics Terminal is no PPP. That project is entirely funded by Ghana government through GPHA, Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority. On paper, this country, yes, this House approved a PPP agreement. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? The developer never had the capacity to raise any fund. The question is, did this House carry out proper due diligence, or did the ministry which actually entered into this agreement did that? So at the end of the day, as we speak, whatever you see at Buankra today is 100% government funded through GPHA. So it is not a PPP. Maybe it is time that the current Minister for Transport come back to the House to be bold and just review the agreement and say that we still want to go ahead with the Buankra Integrated Logistics Terminal, but then it is not a PPP. Second, Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Tema motorway is not a PPP. Also, this House approved a PPP agreement, but all the money that has been paid towards Tema motorway is GOG money. So there's no private person involved in the Accra-Tema motorway as of now. So we don't have any record of implementing any successful PPP under this current regime. And I believe that whilst we want, for instance, the Tema motorway to be completed, if GOG is the one funding it, what is the point of pretending it's a private-public partnership? So, Mr. Speaker, it means, so far, the Act 1039 is still just a law on the books. We have not been able to actually have it. Mr. Speaker, on daily basis, I get a minimum of 6 to 10 individuals and companies coming to my office to enter into a PPP to do this road or the other one. Everybody comes and say, I know somebody in China or Turkey who can fund project up to 10 billion. Mr. Speaker, if you ask them, how do you fund it? They say they'll bring the money. So how do we pay you, Mr. Speaker? Then they begin to scratch their head, simply because the issue is not about the law. The issue is about the economy of this country. Even if for you to build a road, yes, from here to Kumasi, 250 kilometers, whatever, maybe $2.5 billion. There's no shortage of money to be able to do this. But how does the person recoup his money? You can't expect somebody to put in $2.5 billion and get paid in 150 years' time. Mr. Speaker, the economy of the country determines what kind of PPP you can achieve. United States can get into a PPP successfully because the economy can support it. At the moment, it is not very feasible for us to enter into PPP and deal with the major infrastructure project. That is why the point made by the former Minister of Roads and Highways is very critical. If we prepare the project very well, we will get to know whether it is bankable, because out of those details, it will work out quite clearly. But if you just rush and say you want to do, let's say, Buankra, without the processes being fully explored, what you have is a situation where the House actually takes a decision that we enter into a PPP, and at the end of the day, we keep funding it. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very critical situation, because today, I cannot, Mr. Speaker, advise government, or I will not even have the opportunity to advise government to do any PPP on road project, because I need to back it with something. And one of the ways I believe we can do this is the reintroduction of the toll. Why the reintroduction of the toll? Mr. Speaker, we should be able to have a tolling regime that is fair, that the accruals are safe. A situation whereby you say you are collecting tolls, and then you get to the toll booth after queuing for 45 minutes, and then you get to the booth, and the person says the machine is broken down, and he attempts to give you a receipt that he tells with the hand. Sometimes there's not even any receipt, and you are paying 1 cedi. Mr. Speaker, that cannot accrue to a fund that you can leverage on to embark on a PPP on road projects. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be coming to the House with a full disclosure on exactly how we want to implement the toll and make it open competitive bidding. So the best possible solution is achieved, at least on the sector of the road ministry. So I think this is a very important statement made by our colleague, Honorable Pong Nkrumah, and we should take it seriously and work on it. But just to make the clarification that for now, the two projects he cited as examples, Accra-Tema Motorway, in effect, is not a PPP project because it's only paid for by government, and Buankra Integrated Logistics Terminal is also fully funded by Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority on behalf of government. No private sector has showed up with $1, and that is very worrying for the law that we have passed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very, very much. Honourable members, I thought, anyway, I'm giving one more. Okay, let me go to Dr. Camille. No, you wouldn't speak more than 5 minutes, please.
All right, thank you very much.
I'll give it to Deputy Minister Designate for, is it Western Housing? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to join in commending the maker of the statement, the respected Honorable Member for Ofuanse Oyirbi, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah. Mr. Speaker, the issue on the table and before this House has more to do with development financing than, if you like, project planning and implementation. Mr. Speaker, I say this because when you look at development financing, basically one of the ways government finance development is through debt financing. And debt financing go either in the form of monetary debt financing or infrastructure debt financing. PPP is one of the means through which we fund involvement or development by way of infrastructure debt financing. Mr. Speaker, the issue of PPP and its importance has been highlighted by the maker of the statement. The honourable member has specified some of the myths, some of the challenges, some of the inherent challenges in the implementation or in the adoption of PPP arrangement in development financing, awareness creation, but we realize that almost every single sector of the economy, transportation, housing, if you like, education, we can really leverage on public-private partnership to ensure development. Mr. Speaker, the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, came out with an initiative that we were hoping that we could implement should the Ghanaian people, if they had given us the opportunity, especially in the area of education. Where will you have to get funds, Mr. Speaker, to go into the construction of hostels? It doesn't make economic sense where government will have to take major infrastructure development like the building of hostels, and we have to rely on limited funding from GET Fund to support educational facilities. Mr. Speaker, PPP is one of the viable means to ensuring that government is able to bridge the development gap or in fact in the area of infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the importance of infrastructure is well established. We will enhance economic development through the provision of infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, but I want to highlight one important thing that Maker of the Statement has stated. How do we make sure that PPP works? That is the focus. And I think that we should be, as a House, we all agree that PPP is a viable tool to bridging infrastructure deficit or infrastructure gap. But how do we ensure that it works? I think that apart from the law, the act that was passed by this House, we should look at the projects submitted by the Minister of Finance to this House in the budget. Which of them can we offload to PPP? And if the household decide that, look, in the interest of limited budgetary allocation, let's offload ABCD projects to public-private partnership, then clearly every member of the House would have known that ABCD projects are offloaded to be implemented not through the mainstream government funding, but through private-public partnership. Mr. Speaker, there is one thing we don't know. The benefit of PPP to the private investor is even far more than the classical contracting regime, where you will do your project and they'll pay you and you go. The importance of PPP is such that it enhances investment longevity. In other words, you can draw revenue over 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, but in the case of the classical contracting, you do the project, they pay you, you take your money and go. Value for money, returns on investment is not even, it doesn't make investment sense to do that. A private person will rather be more interested in doing private-public partnership than in doing the classical contracting regime where you do a project, they pay you, take your money and go. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very important we do that. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I will want to also suggest that apart from the budgetary offloading of projects, the Maker of a Statement, let's include in every brochure produced by every ministry or agency, MMDAs, opportunities for private partnership. So that if I go to the Ministry of Interior and I see ABCD brochure, in the brochure somewhere, I can be able to tell that if I call this investor, they can be able to participate with government in providing ABC. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity given.
Thank you. Now the Minister, Deputy Minister Designate for Western Housing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate the Maker of the Statement, who has just come out from a space that I think he knows that PPPs would work or would have worked very well for him there. Mr. Speaker, one thing I've observed about the PPPs, public-private partnerships, is their capacity building. Now, there are a lot of consultants who are in the private sector, and I would suggest that the Ghana Institute of Engineering, project management professionals, Ghana Institute of Surveyors, Ghana Institute of Architects would undergo this kind of capacity building for public-private partnerships. It's very important because sometimes, if you look at the consultancy space, there's a huge percentage of them in the private sector. But then, in the public sector, they have the benefit of training in public-private partnerships in IP3 and other institutions, but the private sector may not have because of maybe sponsorship and all that. So I would suggest that they should just try and build local capacity. There are people over here in the public sector who have those skills, which can be transferable to the private sector. Because the strength of a public-private partnership also is very important, that the parties are very good in negotiation. And so that is where legal skills also come into play. So I cannot underscore or underestimate the value of skills in being able to be built up in these areas. For example, in the water sector, perhaps maybe somebody has some funding and wants to do a water system. Naturally, they would like that it must be paid for somehow. You build this, you operate it, you transfer it, but during that period, you want to be sure that you'll be able to get your returns, plus profitability, plus you should be able to maintain the plants. And so some of these will also relate to tariff building and all that, and I think that it's a skill on its own. But it's very important that we build a capacity. Mr. Speaker, in Malaysia or so, the Office of the President has a PPP office literally attached to it, and that shows the importance of public-private partnerships and what the value that it is attached to them by the government. In the US, like a colleague said, majority of the roads that have been told are often under public-private partnerships. You cannot have a certain quantum of infrastructure without having a certain segment of them under the public-private partnership regime. So moving forward, for our government, as we intend to reset, we also intend to look at some of these arrangements, but in a more practical and pragmatic way. But it's very important to build the capacity of institutions, of personnel who will be negotiating, who will be executing, who will be managing, facilitating, and at the end of the day, because you want to transfer a project completed, still well maintained, with still a certain lifespan after it has been completed and used. And it's very important that those skills from beginning to end are learned appropriately in this country. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you
Speaker.
very much. Let me now come to leadership.
Speaker, let me start on a note of congratulating our colleague for setting up a very important conversation. And it's my prayer that we'll push this matter to its logical conclusion. Speaker, many members who have spoken to this matter have tried to put matters in context, especially the road minister who spoke to it, citing very good examples. The former road minister did same. Speaker, from where I sit, I may be wrong, but I get this impression that political parties and government parties are formed on certain ideologies, center-right, center-left, and more often than not, we tend to be guided overly by these concepts that form political parties who eventually take over the reins of governance of a country. The NPP is known, the capitalist party. President Kufuor took over the reins of this government, is on record to have implemented social policies, probably, arguably, one of the best social policies implemented happened in the time of President Kufuor. Then you look at our colleagues in the NDC, who are also credited as socialists. And hence, if you look at the policies that they implement, more often than not, may not necessarily reflect their beliefs. So political parties are beginning to shift away from their main fulcrum of concept that form these parties. Because the PPP more often than not are known to be something that is a concept that capitalist states normally buy into it. That's been the trend. Now, with the changes and the vagaries of geopolitics as is happening now, even the socialists themselves are beginning to tend to that concept. I think we need to change our mindset. There's a fundamental need for a mindset change. Yes. Unless we do that, this whole concept, PPP, is still new to us. We talk about it nicely. We passed the act. We thought that we have arrived. The discussions are held. It goes to the Ministry of Finance. It goes on the shelves, and it gets dusty on the shelves. People are afraid, and the fear is still there. There's a lot of fear associated. So I think that our colleague has set the tone. It's something we need as a parliament. We need to upgrade further, probably get a committee to work on it, the fine details. Why are we unable to enforce the act that we passed? Why is finance more often than not, and both administrations, we are all guilty, they drag their feet. The ministers themselves, who are very much aware, when you speak to them one-on-one on concept of PPP, they are very much aware about it. They love it. When it comes to implementation, they drag their feet. Why? And for me, that is a mystery. And until we resolve that, we will not be able to be making the headway that we all need. Of course, we all know government cannot fund all projects by itself. We need a partnership from the public. These things are known, and we speak about it as theories. How do we demystify this theory and get people to understand that indeed this is the approach? My respected Minister for Roads, who I know is very much into such matters, he himself, he is not too comfortable, as he said, that the projects that were mentioned, out there, it is known as a PPP project, but indeed, when he got to the ministry, he realized it's something that has to be funded by government. So what is it? Whom are we deceiving? At one breath, we brandish PPP. At another breath, we come lacking. So I want to go away from the theory. Let's get practical. And this is a matter, I thought that this should have come from your side, but well, this is a house. So once it's coming from our side, it's the Parliament of Ghana, so fine. We want to see a certain roadmap. And that roadmap must be a departure from what we are known, what we are used to. PPP, theories, and then it ends where? It doesn't go anywhere. So I hope we'll be able to redefine our approach in terms of the prosecution of the concept of PPP. And thankfully, we are very good. The Honorable nominee for Gisela, the Honorable Gisela, I know, is very good. That's one of her areas. She's very good. She's been a consultant to get funds for a very long time. I have been chasing a few payments for her. She's very good in that area. My good friend, the Minister for Road, is also very good. Speaker, if we wish to come to some logical conclusion on this matter, some work has to be done. And that if we can continue and get a committee to do a thorough work on this PPP concept, I think we'll be able to make a headway. Elsewhere, and fact be told, Speaker, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are other jurisdictions like Indonesia, for instance. As an independence, Ghana's per capita income was the same as Indonesia. The concept of PPP, Indonesia is doing so well. I'm told India is equally doing so well. So we may have to pick up some lessons from this and appropriate it into our unique circumstances as a country, and then we can get the rule clear and prosecute the matter. But let me comment the Honorable Opon Nkrumah, Koju Opon Nkrumah, and he's a proud Easterner. Esquire. He's a proud Easterner.
Is that where you are going? Is that where you are going?
Oh, Speaker, I'm only commending my fellow Easterner for bringing up such an important matter and also setting up a very important discussion. Speaker, we shouldn't wish this matter away. Let's continue with it. Let's continue. The discussion should go on, and I'm sure that we'll come to some logical conclusion and define a workable path. I thank you, Speaker.
Majority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. And let me thank the maker of the statement. Honorable Kojo Oponkroma, he was a member of the Finance Committee where we passed the PPP Act at 10:30. And he played a very instrumental role in passing that bill into an act. So coming back to inform the House that there are some defects in the law, so that he's seeking the consent of all members so that we can do some amendment to make the law work. I think it is in order. Because, Mr. Speaker, every investor wants to maximize his profit. And I remember we met with the Ministry of Finance. They walk us through the processes. You can see less about 25 projects identified. But they'll come back to tell you the next day that this project is not bankable. How can I recoup my investment if I put, let's say, $1 billion into this road project or into this infrastructure? So he's looking back maybe 10 to 25 years to get back his money. And another leg is, Mr. Speaker, you come back to the state for state guarantee. And it becomes a contingent liability on the state. Failure to make due the repayment. So these are some of the issues we need to address. And if we do a proper assessment, and we get to know that contractor A don't have the capacity to execute the project, by public education, you can put 2-3 contractors together to form consortium so that they can execute the project. But like the example the road minister just gave. On paper, we've entered into agreement that this project is PPP project or PPP funded project. But in reality, the person doesn't have the capacity to raise the resources. So they say to end up raising the scarce resources to commence the project, sometimes even to complete the project. So by the end of the day, why do you invite somebody who doesn't have the capacity in the first place? Who did the project appraisal? Who did the assessment? And who executed that contract? And you walk on the street, oh, this project is a PPP arrangement for 25 years. The investor will recoup his investment. By the end of the day, he doesn't have the capacity to undertake the project. And the burden will also come to the state. And Mr. Speaker, there are some projects located in some areas of the country. No investor will also venture into those areas. So let's get it right and get the project in order, that these areas will allow the private investors to venture into these areas. So the state will also take up other low-hanging projects so that the people will benefit and will give the private sector the needed education, will create a neighboring environment for them so they can also venture into those areas for the good of all of us. Mr. Speaker, let me again thank the maker of the statement, and I'm looking forward, either he will come by a private member bill to amend the act, or the state will take over. Whichever way that we think it will help us, we'll work on it because we understand the law, we pass the law, and we can easily do the amendment to suit our current situation so that the private sector will also take advantage for the good of all of us. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I think we all agree that this statement is a very, very important statement going forward as a nation. So I'm happy that almost all the relevant ministries have commented on it. The Minister for Roads and Highways has commented. The Deputy Minister designate for Western Housing has also commented. And other members who are well placed have also commented. Deputy Minister designate for Lands and Natural Resources has also commented. So we hope that this particular statement will lead us to somewhere. So, Honorable Member for Asutifi North, Honorable Beneza Kwakwado, are you in the chamber? Yes. Take the floor and yes.
Speaker, if you may, I am happy you agreed with my colleagues on the importance of the statement. So I want to pray you. as a Parliament of the Republic, probably we should also initiate something on our own. And I'll leave as to how we go about it, Speaker, I'll be guided by your wisdom. And Speaker, I heard you say you hope. Yes, we hope, but if we can set something in motion.
Honorable Minority Whip, I think we have an act, and per the statement, the act needs to be revisited. So once the act is there, I think the Minister for Western Housing and the Deputy is here, the Rules Minister is also here. They can initiate it at the cabinet level, because I think once the act is there, I wouldn't personally encourage that a private member bill is taken to look into it. So once the relevant ministers are here, please take note of it and see how best we can quickly address the loopholes so that the act can be meaningful to all of us. On that note, I will invite the member for Asutifi North to take the floor and read his statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to present this statement on the above subject matter, that is, the recent killings by the police and private security details stationed at Newmont Ghana Gold Limited, Ahafo, Kenyasi. Mr. Speaker, residents of Asutifi North have, over the past 3 years, experienced brutal attacks in the hands of security personnel stationed at Newmont Ghana Gold Limited. Some of these attacks have resulted in major injuries and deaths of affected victims. I'm therefore making this statement and pray that Mr. Speaker will direct for the Inspector General of Police to appear before the House and provide same with updates on the various incidents so far. Mr. Speaker, on 14th November 2022, the police security details stationed to protect the concession of the mining company pursued 3 young men on a tricycle and opened fire on them, leading to the death of one and in the process injuring the others. The IGP sent a delegation to Kenyasi for investigations to be conducted. However, outcome of the said investigation is yet to be known. Mr. Speaker, on 25th August 2024, the police and Newmont security operatives chased a 25-year-old young man spotted in their concession, leading to the young man falling into a dam created by Newmont and died as a result. In fact, it took my effort in making sure the family of the deceased obtained the body of their relative for a befitting burial just this January 2025. Mr. Speaker, on the 8th of January 2025, the police and Newmont security detail chased some group of young men, apprehended 3 of them, and opened fire at them, killing them instantly. The IGP, when there, indicated that thorough investigation will be conducted into the incident. However, results of the investigation is yet to be known. Mr. Speaker, just this Sunday, the 23rd of February 2025, the private security detail in Newmont chased and apprehended a young man, stabbed him, and took him to a private hospital, but the young man was pronounced dead upon arrival. Mr. Speaker, my engagement with the District Security Council and information from the District Police Commander of Asutifi North shows that the police detailed at Newmont site are directly deployed from the police headquarters, Accra, and are part of the counter-terrorism unit. This deployment from Accra do not report to the District Police Commander and therefore carry out instructions from headquarters. Mr. Speaker, my experience in the operations of Newmont Ahafo Mines makes me appreciate the level of tolerance and sense of responsibility that the company has towards its mining communities. They do not compromise on safety and expect each life to be protected in their course of operations. Drivers are even advised to drive with caution and not cause harm to even animals. So why is the police and private security of Newmont killing innocent young men who go out in search of food for their families? The reason has always been that these young men encroached the concession of Newmont illegally. Mr. Speaker, should gold be more valued than the lives of our youth? Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I pray that you refer this matter to an appropriate committee and direct that the IGP comes to this House to brief us on why deployment to Newmont site is directly made from Accra and are not subject to the orders of the District Police Command in the district they operate within, and equally update the House on the various investigations he has undertaken for the necessary actions to be taken. Before I end, Mr. Speaker, I want to extend my condolence to the family of all deceased young men in the Asutifi North constituency who have been affected by these brutalities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, this one too, we are going to take two from each side, then we can. So, Honorable Member for
Mr.
Bimbira.
Speaker, I thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to comment, but I intend to make a plea to you that since the Minister of the Interior and the Minister of Defense will be coming into this House to brief us on Boko, you should add this matter to it. If you open up this matter for comment without us knowing exactly what happened, that this young man died, this House may not like the outcome of what people will say. So I will say that if it is possible and if it meets your good intention, let us add this very matter that happened at Newmont to the briefing that the Interior Minister will be coming to brief this House. That is what I will say. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the things that may come out, maybe it's too early in the day for us to say some of the things that we want to say. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I should commend Honorable Ebenezer Kwekuado for bringing the matter affecting his constituent on the floor of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, that is how it should be. He is exercising his mandate in a representative capacity as elected member of Parliament for Asutifi North, and a matter of concern to him. Mr. Speaker, as rightly advised by the Honorable Nitiwil of Bimbila, ministerial responsibility and accountability rests with the Honorable Minister for the Interior, but probably what he should add is to state that the Minister for Interior should be accompanied by the Inspector General of Police, which is natural. In any case, when the minister is coming, he probably will come with the minister. Then, Mr. Speaker, even though you are not opening this up to debate, just to caution the Ghana Police Service, and Mr. Speaker, yourself a good lawyer, when the Constitution says uphold the dignity of men, and that it uses the word inviolable, it is not for the police to shoot as and when they please. No. Even shooting is regulated by law, is regulated by conduct, regulated by practice. This trigger happy, a portion of them who get trigger happy, Mr. Speaker, Parliament must support him in expressing concern about the way they treat suspects. The Constitution says uphold their dignity. They get somebody, they start slapping. That's not dignity. That's not honor of dignity. Even trotro drivers, the way they treat them, that is not what the Constitution expects them to do. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, this matter, maybe even, Mr. Speaker, as Honorable Nitu will observe, you may want this even to go to committee of the whole, because mining, particularly in that community, means a lot for them in terms of opportunities, of employment and others. There may be more to it. But Mr. Speaker, significant to his submission is that why is deployment done from Accra, Regional Police Command, District Police Command? What has happened to the hierarchy of the police command system? That is part of his concern. So, Mr. Speaker, let me commend him, but this House, when we have opportunity, we must recommend compensation being paid to the innocent life that is lost. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, I think honorable member for Tano North is also within that enclave, and I believe it's also one way or the other. Are you also part of the enclave? So, Honorable Gideon Buakon, you may also, but please be guided, because already we've been advised not to even open up. So please, I'm just giving you the opportunity to comment, but don't lead us astray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for recognizing that the honorable member who made a statement shares certain commonalities with me in terms of developments in our constituency and what pertains with regards to Niemont operations and the activities of miners and people who are seeking to unlawfully attack some of these companies. Mr. Speaker, in that view, my comment is more fortified by the poetic version of the post-1946 post-war confessional prose by the German Lutheran Martin Niemöller, which serves more or less as a precautionary reminder of the dangers of inaction in the face of injustice. Mr. Speaker, the German Lutheran said, and I quote, "First, they came for the communist, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialist, and I did not speak out. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me." Mr. Speaker, the statement made by the honorable member is so important because within the Ahafo region, and I have our senior brothers here, Honorable Collins Dauda, Honorable Eric Opoku, who are seniors, this small region of 6 constituencies and 6 municipal and district assemblies is more or less becoming characterized by a lot of security threats. And Niemont currently have operated in the Ahafo South area, which falls within the constituency of the honorable member. And they are in my constituency, Ahafo North. And Mr. Speaker, it is so shocking that within the short period that Niemont has been in the Tano North constituency, we have begun to see the influx of so many people coming into the constituency with the aim to mine and not work with Niemont, but carve their own mining operations outside what is legitimately allowed. And these have posed a lot of security threats. Recently, a gentleman was seen on TikTok, live video, issuing threats to Niemont and trying to more or less indicate that if they are not allowed to enter certain concessions, they are going to take the law into their own hands. Mr. Speaker, I wish to put on record here that there's a lot and intense security threat in the region, and it is important we are calling on the IGP and the Minister for Interior to come to this House to speak to the issues. I would be so glad if indeed I can go back to the constituency knowing very well that there is no threat to mining sites and there is no threat of security on the people or visited on the people in the Tano North constituency. Mr. Speaker, with that said, I think I will wait to see the time that your good leadership will allow the Minister for Interior and the IGP to come to this House to speak to the security threats that are around the mining operations in the entire Ahafo region, particularly the Tano North constituency. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Peter. Oh, Honorable Peter, hold on. Honorable Collins, I thought you are the senior most in the chamber, so once you get up, I have to give you the reverence. So
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to add my voice to the comments made so far regarding the statement made by Honorable Ebenezer Kwaku Addo. Mr. Speaker, I also appreciate the point made by Honorable Nitu that this matter be referred to the Minister of Interior. So it will be part of the envelope that he will be bringing to this House. But, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for the Interior, the IGP, will address this House mainly on matters relating to security. But I'm looking at another dimension of the matter. And that dimension has to do with the relationship between the mining company and the people of the catchment area where they mine. Mr. Speaker, before any mining company is granted a mining license, public forum is organized to explain how the mining company intends to mine in the area. And some promises, some commitments are made during such meetings. In the Ahafo area, there was a commitment to provide jobs, improve the welfare of the people of Ahafo when the mine is established. Even though the mining company continues to mine since the day it was granted a license to operate in the area, I am not sure that the people in the catchment area are all happy about the activities of the mining company. The maker of the statement, Honorable Ebenezer Kwaku Addo, indicated in the statement that if you are a driver of Newmont Ahafo and on your way you came across a snail or a snake, you dare not run over the snake or the snail. You are required as a driver to wait until the snail crosses, or you pick the snail, put it into the bush before you cross. I don't see why this same thing that is offered to the animal cannot be offered to a human being. That is why I have a problem. But I guess when the Minister for the Interior appears, we'll get a second opportunity to look at it. I will entreat the mining company that much as we appreciate what they do for us in terms of social responsibility, I wish to state that the people of Ahafo will not appreciate them if they will give us funds to construct school buildings, courthouses, police stations, and they will ask security people to open guns on us and kill the people of Ahafo. We will not be happy. They can do anything for us. We will not appreciate them if they continue to do what they are doing or what they have been doing. This is not the first incident that has happened there. Several incidents have happened, and I wish to indicate that as soon as such an incident happens, In this recent one, the victims involved are from Achiremsua, which is a community in my constituency. And when we were organizing the burial for the victims, I was told or contacted by the chief director of the Ahafo region that the company wanted to fund the funeral of the victims. You employ security people, they open arms on innocent citizens, they die, and you turn around to tell opinion leaders that you want to fund, pick the bills of their burial. Clearly, that was an insult. But as I said, we'll wait until when the Minister for the Interior comes. But to end with a caution that Newman must improve upon the relationship they have with the people of Ahafo, particularly the catchment area. I wish to further emphasize that the people of Ahafo would never be happy with them. They can provide everything in terms of infrastructure for us. If they continue to ask their security people to do what they are doing, taking the lives of our people, they should rather stop building the roads. They should rather stop building the schools. They should rather stop providing the social amenities they provide for the people. We cherish the lives of our people more than what they do in terms of social responsibility they provide for us. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Peter, I called you earlier on, so let me take you away, then I come to leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to make some few contributions to the statement ably delivered by my younger brother, the MP for Asitufi North, Honorable Ebenezer Kweku Addo. Let me first of all convey my condolences to the bereaved families. Losing one life is one too many when it has to do with mining. Mr. Speaker, this is not just purely a security issue. This is an issue that has to do with mining that has gone bad and creating issues of insecurity. As much as I agree with my elder brother who just spoke, and as much as I also agree with Honorable Haruna Idrisu and Honorable Nitiwu, it is important for us to put the Minister for Interior and the Minister for Honorable Amakofi-Boa to come together, lands and natural resources, to come together with Honorable Muntaka to brief this House. Because if the mining rules are right, and the relation between the mines and the community is right, I am sure that this mistrust will not come up and these insecurities will not be felt. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of education, we all need to understand that when you find somebody wielding a gun, that gun has rules and regulations. That gun is not supposed to be used to hunt human beings. At any point in time you press the trigger, there must be justifications. If you are a police officer, you can only be justified in pressing the trigger if your own life or the life of other people is at stake and any other thing that you think of doing has been done and is not possible. And the only thing you can do as a last resort is to press that trigger. Because if you press the trigger and the bullet goes out and somebody dies, it doesn't matter what happens later. That life that is lost is forever. Mr. Speaker, at any point in time that a security officer is supposed to use force, there are 4 principles. You must first of all think about proportionality. The force that you are going to use, is it proportional to the level of resistance you are receiving? You need to answer the second question of legality. Will I be covered by any law if I use this extreme force? Why will I use a sledgehammer to kill a fly? Mr. Speaker, any officer in uniform, whether private or official, should ask yourself the third question. Can I account for the force that I'm using? Will I be right in accounting for it, or will I pay a price for it? And the last point is it necessary at all for me to shoot? Is it necessary at all for me to slap somebody? Is it necessary at all for me to use a truncheon? Is it necessary? Mr. Speaker, All these are basic questions that are used in training people before you are allowed to carry a weapon. Mr. Speaker, you use a weapon to recapture an armed criminal who's escaping from justice. If you find a fugitive who is not a threat to your own life, you don't have to shoot. But whatever happened in Asiti North, we cannot blame anybody until the Minister for Interior comes to brief this House. And very particularly getting brief information from the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. If they can both come together, that would be fine. Probably there is a relationship between the mines, Newmont, and the community that will have to be re-established, so that when there is peace from that angle, you will not find somebody carrying a weapon and shooting. Why will we deploy people from Accra to take charge of a mine far away from Accra, and command and control is not controlled? What is the relationship between the forces on the ground and the command on the ground? We need to understand that. And all these things, probably, when the Minister for Interior appears before this House and give us detailed briefing, we will be able to appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to take note that matters of this nature, I want to conclude, matters of this nature, we cannot speak so much openly. And I thank my brother, the Honorable former Defense Minister, for giving that caveat. We agree that when it is in-house, we can speak much about it. But what is important is that Ghanaian life matter, and we must stop killing Ghanaians. And we also have to protect our minds and protect businesses, so that together we can build a very beautiful Ghana as we plan to reset the nation. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Leadership.
Speaker, let me show solidarity and sympathies with my colleague who presented a statement. So earlier on, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu had referenced the Constitution, Article 15 on protection of life, 16 on liberties, Article 12 on fundamental rights. Speaker, even to arrest and to detain or restrict citizens, the Constitution defines clearly how these matters should be dealt with. And our colleagues spoke to the reoccurrence of these incidents. I recall last week thereabout, similar matter was raised, and the majority leader walked in. Apparently he's not been briefed on your earlier referral, inviting the Minister for Defense and Interior to come at close sitting. Speaker, this is not a matter we should belabor, and I will humbly suggest that we probably offload same matter on the earlier directives you gave, so that we'll kill, as it were, kill two birds with a stone. Except to say that as at now, as at today, I must say, the Chief Whip, the Majority Chief Whip, has still not been able to give us directives or some direction when the Defense and Interior Minister will come meet us at close sitting, because that, Speaker, if you recall, that was your directive. So we need to show solidarity with our colleagues, the Honorable Boako and our colleague who spoke. And Speaker, they are only doing their constitutional mandates as representatives of the people, raising these matters to the attention of duty bearers to ensure we bring some sanity onto these constituencies. We have to act ASAP, because, Speaker, the possibility of it degenerating is high. It's high, especially where people who are perceived as corporates are walking about in a very close society. They are walking about showing off without the authority or the law catching up with them, has the potential of inciting others to resort to other violent exchanges, which may not be too good for our country. Ghana is a peaceful country. We had a peaceful election. We have a government in place. When these things happen, there are incidents of people taking advantage. These things will happen, and it may not be coming from people put out by, people from government side. Bad individuals, bad people could take advantage of the situation and make government look bad. I want to join earlier speakers. And Speaker, we'll go by your earlier directives that we have a close sitting. This is a security sensitive matter. It cannot be open at plenary. That we can have a close sitting and get some briefing and
Thank
see
you.
the way out. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Majority Leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to join colleagues who appreciate the fact that many of these matters are sensitive matters. And so I will be very cautious in commenting about these matters. And to say that in the mining situation, we need to have the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, step up in terms of their work. Because before any mining license or concession is given, or any development of a mine is approved, very extensive consultation is undertaken in the communities. Communities are educated, and the buy-in of the communities must be obtained even before certain approvals are given for development to take place. And so when those are not done, or they are done but they are not done properly, or that the genuine consent of the communities are not obtained, you will end up with these situations where some members of the community will resist. They will oppose, and sometimes the way that they go about it could end up being violent. Also, it is important that we pay attention to the local content policies of government. The local content policies aim at involving the communities and Ghanaians as part of the implementation of the mining project. They acquire an interest because they are the subcontractors. And when they are the subcontractors, it creates an opening for their fellow countrymen to also participate. So you will have a mine, and generally, almost every subcontractor is a Ghanaian. Most senior level operatives are Ghanaians, and it enables some level of local ownership of the mine. But when we don't implement the local content policies well, and I don't mean local content where the mining activities in Western region, then you go and bring some other contractor, even though he might be Ghanaian, he has no connection with the local community. And so the workers that he might bring have nothing to do with the local community. And then the locals actually become aliens in their own, territory, where a major economic opportunity is taking place that should be empowering them and not rather disempowering them. And so if we push and ensure the implementation of the local content policies that this parliament has enacted, that seeks to involve communities in the implementation of major mining activities, we might see a greater ownership of mines by our local people. And I think when they own it, they will not fight it as a project. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, you go to a region, you go to a district where there is a big mining operation, like Newmont, like Anglo-Gold Ashanti, like Goldfields, and etc. Outside the borders of the mine, you see absolute chaos, absolute, lack of organization, no law and order, no planning. You cross the gates of the mine and you enter into the mining community, and it's a paradise. It is a paradise with beautiful golf courses, with finely constructed houses, with roads properly paved. And they are living in a paradise, and just across the road, where the indigents, the locals, the owners of the land are living in absolute squalor. Mr. Speaker, it naturally breeds envy. It naturally breeds hatred among the young people. A few weeks ago, I had an opportunity to have a conversation with the CEOs of one of the big mines, And I was telling them that, how come? How do you manage to go to sleep and sleep soundly when you live in such paradise and just across the street, your fellow countrymen are living in such absolute squalor? And yet within the mine, you have the resources to help them to develop the basic infrastructure in their communities. And you will just not allow your equipment to step outside and just fix the roads, to just make sure that basic infrastructure. The young people have playgrounds. You could just use the equipment to clear the fields and just put posts for them and put some small lighting. Why do you think that such people will not hate you so intensely that when there's an opportunity, they will physically attack you? So mines, when they go there, must own the communities, especially because many of them are destined to be there for decades. There are some mines that will be there for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. So you should take the community immediately around the mine as part of your community and share your resources with them and see whether they will have such hatred for the mines that they will start attacking the mine. Even when others who migrate from far away come and they pose a threat to the mine, the indigenes will collaborate with the mine to defend the mine, because the mine is their asset and their livelihoods depend on it. So let's look at the issues of peace and security from that angle, and not simply a question of policing and military participation. Mr. Speaker, the towns and villages around mines tend to be the most expensive. The most expensive because their lands are taken away, agricultural declines, and so food naturally becomes expensive because there's an influx of people who are attracted to the mine. So there is an immediate population increase, higher population density, and that increases cost of living. Rental becomes expensive, food becomes expensive, all services become expensive. And this brings a certain toll on the lives of the indigenes of the place. So let's begin to look at how, when a mine is sited, the mine will also invest in major commercial agricultural enterprises not far away from the mines, because their presence there attracts population and they need food. And sustainably, you need to produce the food close by. And so whilst you are investing in all the heavy equipment to do mining, invest in large-scale commercial farms not far to produce food for the people that you have attracted, in order to maintain the cost of food and the livelihood in the community. Mr. Speaker, I have commenced discussion with some of the leaders of the mines for us to have some conference around these ideas and these themes to see how mines and communities around mines can share the resources that are in the mines. Immediately within the mine, you have serious finance officers who know how to go to the international financial market and raise hundreds of millions of dollars to invest in the mines. And yet the assemblies that are there don't even have the capacity to raise municipal bonds. And yet they need those municipal bonds just to fix toilets and fix schools and fix water systems in the community. You have mines that will go and buy ADTs, the most sophisticated, the biggest mining equipment, and yet just a few dozers and bulldozers to fix the roads in the region, in the district, they are not there. So all these resources are in the mines. How will we immediately outside the walls of the mines, as a government, build on these resources for the development of the towns and the communities immediately surrounding the mines? If we did that, things will not escalate to the point where it will be a question of shooting and killing. And so I will agree with our colleagues that the ministers will come and brief us, but because they are sensitive matters, the briefings, I believe, will be at the committee of the whole meeting, and we should commit to keep the information within us and not to use it, in our politics and etc. in the communities in a way that will undermine the effort to ensure law and order. Because none of you will know where you will be anywhere in the country. You can think that it is Bibiani. On the day that there will be an outbreak of violence, you may have gone to Bibiani to attend a schoolmate's funeral, and you get caught up in the violence. So security anywhere in the world is security, that is meant for all of us. And so we must all collectively support the ministers to do their work and ensure that there's law and order. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think our comment has been measured, and as the recommendation has come across, we will add this to the Minister for Interior I think we are not certain as to when he is actually coming to the house. So please, leader of the house, please at least ferry this one as well to him, so that if he can come to the house by Friday, if it is possible, to come and brief us. The Walwale issue, then we can add up this one to him. So I come and brief the house. And like we said, when he comes, you have a close sitting discussion with him. So please, I so direct that leader, you relate with the Minister for Interior. In fact, someone was also discussing the issue with mining, and therefore we should add up the Minister for Lands. But for that one, I will urge that we file a question to the Minister to come and answer relating to that. This one is a security matters, and we want to build the Minister for Interior specifically to come and handle that. So I so direct. We take now is the turn for Honorable Davis Opoku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to bring to the attention of this House to the unlawful ministerial interference in the enforcement actions of the National Communications Authority. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with deep concern regarding the recent directive issued by the Minister for Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations in a media advisory dated 18 February 2025. This directive unlawfully instructs the National Communications Authority to take enforcement action against certain broadcasting stations allegedly operating without valid authorization. Such actions represent an unacceptable overreach of executive authority, undermining institutional independence, press freedom, and the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, the Minister does not possess the legal authority to direct the NCA's regulatory or enforcement actions. Mr. Speaker, Section 3(1) of the National Communications Act states that except as otherwise provided in this Act, the authority shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority in performing its functions. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the Electronic Communications Act 2008, Act 775, reinforces this independence. Mr. Speaker, I specifically refer this House to Section 2(4), which says that broadcasting services require frequency authorization by the NCA. Section 9 talks about spectrum usage requires NCA authorization. And Section 58(1) says that the NCA controls, plans, administers, and licenses the radio frequency spectrum. The Minister's directive to close certain broadcasting stations directly contravenes these provisions. Mr. Speaker, if allowed to remain in effect, it could set a dangerous precedent for political interference in independent institutions, potentially extending beyond the NCA. Mr. Speaker, the Minister's role is confined to policy direction, not enforcement. Section 97(1) of the Act 775 states, the Minister may, on the advice of the authority by legislative instrument, make regulations generally to give effect to the provisions of this Act. Section 41 of the same Act limits the Minister's powers to policy directives, not operational decisions. The directive issued in the media advisory oversteps legal boundaries and constitutes executive overreach. Mr. Speaker, due process was ignored. Even if the affected stations encounter licensing issues, the law specifies a procedure for addressing such matters. Mr. Speaker, Section 9 of Act 775 requires formal notification of the alleged breach. It also requires a reasonable time frame which must be provided for rectification. And the same Act says that the station must be allowed to appeal before enforcement action is taken. Section 13 of Act 775 further stipulates that the frequency authorization may be revoked following due process. There is no evidence that these legal procedures were observed prior to the minister's directive. If enforcement actions proceed without adherence to due process, this directive will constitute an abuse of executive power and direct threat to fair regulatory practices. Mr. Speaker, press freedom is also under threat. The directive is not merely a regulatory overreach. It constitutes an assault on press freedom. Article 21, 1A of the 1992 Constitution assures freedom of expression, including media freedom. Government's direct shutdowns without due process convey a chilling message to journalists and media organizations that their operations are subject to political approval. A free press is vital for democratic accountability, and this unconstitutional interference must not be tolerated. Mr. Speaker, this House must act swiftly to prevent any further abuse of power. I have submitted a half-hour motion summoning the minister to appear before Parliament to explain this unlawful directive. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I urge Parliament to summon the Minister of Communications and to clarify this unlawful directive to the NCA. 2, instruct the NCA to suspend all enforcement actions related to the minister's directive until due process is confirmed. 3, charge the committees on communications and constitutional and legal affairs with investigating whether the minister acted unilaterally or under political influence. Right Honorable Speaker, this represents a test of our commitment to democracy. This issue transcends political parties and centers on safeguarding of our democracy. We must act decisively to uphold the rule of law and prevent any further executive outreach. Ghana's democracy is at stake. Thank you very much for the opportunity to bring this matter to your attention. Thank you.
Well, honorable members, we are going to also have 2 comments from each side. But before then, please indulge me in 5 minutes suspension. Thank you so much for your indulgence. Now, yes, Honorable Member for Tema Central.
Yes, please.
Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must commend the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative to demystify the mantra of push and pull, abolition, once there's a change in government. Mr. Speaker, it is a continual process, governance. And Mr. Speaker, we must also be made aware that communication technology is the key in developing every nation. The synergical effect of what technology brings in must not be downplayed. We just heard Apple injecting over half a trillion into the economy of the US of A, and by that reducing unemployment by 20,000. Yet, our communication minister has found it necessary to rather close up radio stations instead of coming out with the framework as to how communication is going to help the nation Ghana. I humbly submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Nobody from majority side? Yes. Honorable Tampuli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to contribute to the statement ably delivered by my very good friend Davis Opoku, Member of Parliament for the people of Mpraeso, on the unlawful ministerial interference in the enforcement actions of the Minister for Communications on the National Communications Authority. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement makes reference to the act that established the National Communications Authority. And like many acts, Mr. Speaker, there is place for ministerial authority and supervision. Now, what those acts do, including this particular act of the NCA, is to give powers to the minister to make policy directives and interventions to enhance the work of the NCA. Mr. Speaker, no room is created for the minister to interfere in operational matters as far as the NCA Act is concerned. What we are seeing today, Mr. Speaker, is an overzealous minister who has moved beyond the policy direction by the minister and the ministry and is now dabbling in palpable frivolities. Mr. Speaker, the minister has decided to move beyond the policy directions to now direct that directors of the NCA proceed on leave. Mr. Speaker, he is also requesting for CVs of directors and staff of the NCA. Now, if ministers go beyond the policy directives and now go all the way to the staff, Mr. Speaker, then the NCA has to pack bag and baggage and go and sit at the Ministry of Communications so that the minister will run the ministry and run the NCA, run GIFEC, run NITA, run all the agencies. Now, this is not properly situated within the meaning of what we call constitutionalism. Government according to predetermined rules. The rules are there. The minister has set his own rules and is running amok. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Communication must be called to order. Immediately so. Now, this is a minister, when he was on this side of the aisle, and some radio stations were directed to be closed down by the NCA and not the minister. Mr. Speaker, the minister who was then deputy ranking for communications, and I was a member of the communications committee, we summoned the minister. And we requested the minister to direct NCA. All manner of things took place in this house, in this hallowed chamber at the committee level, and then the press conferences that he was holding. How can that same person transmogrify himself from a defender now to the adversary? Mr. Speaker, did we research to do things worse than they happened before? What was the essence of research? We said we should research in order to do things right. Now, where does the minister derive his power to ask the radio stations to be closed down when the powers that he has under the NCA Act do not come anywhere close to what he's doing? So, Mr. Speaker, what the minister is doing is to probably later on request that every promotion that will take place at NCA must be brought to the minister for him to authorize before. Even staff salaries would have to be sent to the minister for him to pay. Mr. Speaker, it looks like we have an Idi Amin in the making. We have an Idi Amin in the making. This house will not watch for an Idi Amin to emerge at the Ministry of Communication. And we are sending the signal to the Minister for Communications to relax. To relax. The exuberance is getting too much.
Hold on. Yes, leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I like Idi Amin. He's a nice guy. But where Idi Amin is painted as a dictator, and then a minister of state is likened to Idi Amin, it becomes an inappropriate referral of the minister. So I beg you can make your point without alleging that an Idi Amin is emerging at the Ministry of Communication. I'm just happy that he's admitting that this is not the first time a radio station is being shut down, and that even when the NPP was in office, radio stations were being shut down. But please don't refer to the minister as Idi Amin.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, member, the leader of the House is the one who is putting words in my mouth. I never mentioned a dictator. I said Idi Amin probably because of their body size. I'm making reference to, so there could be similarities in the two of them. I haven't said he's a dictator. So, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on again. Yeah, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that he ought to apologize to our colleague who is not here. To body shame him is completely unacceptable. How would you take it if you say you are as short as Nanado? How would you feel? No, how would you? You see, someone is rising up. Mr. Speaker, someone is rising up. And that is the reason why you shouldn't body shame him. And I think that you should do the needful. The list that is, well, he's not here. I will. Hold on. If you feel offended because I describe you to be as short as Nanado, I sincerely apologize and withdraw. So will you do the needful? Honorable
Mutala, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. You get up.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, take off that reference.
I've withdrawn. He asked me whether I would do the needful, and I said that if he feels offended, I withdraw entirely. So I expect him to do the same.
Okay.
I expect him to do the same.
Well. Honorable Tampuli, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Do away with that. The body sizing, I don't think.
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
It will be offensive. It will be offensive. So you.
Mr. Speaker, very often you find some matters are presented to the public in what you would describe as sheep in wolf skin.
All right, Mr. Speaker, in this particular case, the actions of the minister comes in as a wolf as it is.
Honorable.
It's an act that is an affront,
honorable members.
to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
Honorable member.
It is an action
What is that?
contaminates. Mr. Speaker, what the minister did.
Honorable Tampuli.
What the minister did.
Honorable Tampuli, are you listening to me? Please withdraw that.
Mr. Speaker, I concede.
Honorable members, why? Well.
I offer my concession. Mr. Speaker.
Why? I have asked him to withdraw that statement. Please withdraw that statement. We withdraw it effectively.
Mr. Speaker, we didn't hear the word withdraw. He's used some strange word called concession. We don't know anything about concession.
Honorable,
You've been asked to withdraw, so you withdraw.
Well. Honorable, please withdraw. Let's have.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Majority Leader, sometime in 2007.
I am asking you to withdraw, please.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I will do the needful. Mr. Speaker, I will do the needful. I just want to lay a foundation. Allow. Mr. Speaker, sometime in 2007, the Honorable Majority Leader was brought to the law school by his good friend, Professor Raymond Atuguba, to teach me. Incidentally, he taught me lawmaking process that day. So even if I won't withdraw, but for the fact that he has intervened, Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw because of him. I will withdraw, not because of you. Mr. Speaker, the action of the Minister for Communications. Mr. Speaker, the action of the Minister for Communications, if allowed to stand, is going to set a very bad precedent. And one day when the tables turn, which it will turn in 2028, Mr. Speaker, they are likely to face the wrath of another minister from our side who is likely to do the same thing. So this act, Mr. Speaker, it violates and contaminates the Constitution. It contaminates the NCA Act and other extant laws of the Republic of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, I endorse the recommendation that have been made by the Member of Parliament from Price. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes, Honorable Professor Yinsu. Leader, what is it? Okay.
Speaker, I think this is not fair. The Honorable Member for Kwesimintim, he gets up and shouts. Speaker, our side, tries to comport ourselves. Speaker, I think some caution, and the majority leader should also talk to his people. When our side, somebody from our side gets up to speak, and they get up and shout, it's not right. Speaker, that was the reason why I got up to catch your attention. The majority leader should speak to their side. When somebody from our side is speaking, he can't get up and shout. A typical example is our colleague, my respected colleague from Kwesimintim. He has done it on 2 occasions today. That is not parliamentary. And I respect him. He shouldn't do that. Speaker, take a particular attention to that. He was asked to withdraw. He has withdrawn.
Thank you very much.
He shouldn't just get up and shout. It's not right.
Thank you very much. Professor Yensu, please take the floor. Minister, sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make this statement. Mr. Speaker, the issue in discussion is about body shaming, and I think that the Honorable must withdraw and apologize to the Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as women, we go through body shaming a lot, and it is a big gender issue that needs to be addressed. If the Honorable Minister had an issue with the Honorable Communications Minister, I truly believe that he could have addressed it without talking about his body habitus. It is people have mental health issues precisely from body shaming, and I truly believe that he needs to apologize and withdraw. Thank you.
That
Mr.
issue,
Speaker.
okay, if you have concluded, that's fine. So, no, let me give it to
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity for my voice to count on this occasion. I commend my brother for bringing this matter very respectfully to the attention of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, when a minister of state, whose business, among others, should be creating jobs for the people of this country, is given directive that is not only going to let Ghanaians lose jobs, but government lose revenue through taxation, then, Mr. Speaker, the minister is committing an economic sabotage. He is committing an economic sabotage that businesses set up by Ghanaians to undertake communication business. Mr. Speaker, he is saying that should be closed down. And Mr. Speaker, it's very important that we look at the fact that the minister, when he was sworn into office in less than a month, is yet to create any job for the people of this country apart from jobs that he's revoking. Mr. Speaker, we should take serious interest in this matter, especially because the infraction is against an act which was passed by this House. An act, very respectfully, that this House vested power in the National Communications Authority. The minister is usurping it. Mr. Speaker, on all fours, on all fronts, the minister's action is against the interest of this country and is worthy of interrogation by this House. Mr. Speaker, the attention of this House has been drawn to the fact that the minister's power under the National Communications Authority is only limited to policy. Very respectful. It's not for nothing that, Mr. Speaker, in creating the power or in creating the institution of NCA, Mr. Speaker, we deliberately limited it that way. Mr. Speaker, it was also because we're mindful of Article 23 of the Constitution. We're mindful of Article 296 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this action is very, very bad and should not be encouraged. Mr. Speaker, we risk setting bad precedent that the minister is closing businesses, instructing that
well, let me listen to the House.
I'm not done.
Mr. Speaker, of the minister closing any particular
to you so that
no. It's important. When you misinform the House, when you mislead the House, I don't have to wait till it's my turn to correct the records. None of them has laid in this House the communication directing the suspension of operations of these radio stations. None of them. That is the minister's statement. That's the minister's statement. What does the statement say, Mr. Speaker? The statement says that the directive to shut down the station is issued in accordance with of the Electronic Communication powers the National Communications Authority to suspend or revoke. Who suspended? Who revoked it? The National Communication Authority. The National Communication Authority. It is the National Communication Authority. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and that was done based on a report of the Regional Security Council.
Honorable Leader, respectfully, I wouldn't like to cut you short, but please, I'll give you the opportunity as leaders to conclude. So let me, Honorable Menchia South, if you can conclude.
Mr. Speaker, it is even worse. The elucidation given on this matter by the distinguished majority leader, the Venerable, even makes this matter worse. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is an admission that that power belongs to the NCA. Nevertheless, there is a directive compelling the NCA to take a certain path. Mr. Speaker, when we all know that the NCA, the minister's power as regards the NCA is limited to policy. Mr. Speaker, it is without a doubt that that is not the policy. Or, Mr. Speaker, are we saying that the policy going forward will be to shut down radio stations? Is that, Mr. Speaker, are we saying that the policy going forward will be for the minister to be directing NCA to shut down radio stations? Mr. Speaker, is that going to be the policy? They should let us know. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. In concluding, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in bringing my submission to an end, Mr. Speaker, most of these things are happening because there's still no committees in place. Mr. Speaker, if there were to be a committee in place that will have an oversight responsibility over the National Communications Authority, Mr. Speaker, it appears that the delay in constituting committees in this House, Mr. Speaker, is to enable them and is to enable the majority and the ruling government, Mr. Speaker, to evade accountability. Mr. Speaker, left to me alone, my position would be that even the vetting processes, Mr. Speaker, should be halted until committees, very respectfully, are constituted. It appears that the delay in constituting committees is enabling, is facilitating, is giving the majority and the ruling government the energy, Mr. Speaker, to commit illegalities, just as the communication minister is doing. So, Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, it is very critical that this matter, Mr. Speaker, is interrogated and the illegality resolved, especially since it concerns the breach of a law that this House has passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'll come to leadership. Leadership. Yes, let me start with minority leader then, or you want to start? Yes, minority chief whip.
Speaker, I think as a House, we need to interrogate this matter properly. The Honorable David Sopoku has brought a very important subject matter. We all know the essence of checks and balances, and Article 23 of the 1992 Constitution, what it talks about, the need for administrative body to respect laws in our country. I thought that the minister in his early days will focus on the promise and the manifesto of the NDC. Definitely, the Ministry of Communication should be looking at the cost of data. Certainly, they should be looking at mobile network connectivity. Certainly, they should be looking at their digital economy and innovation, e-governance services. These are the narrative that should be engaging his attention. I am surprised that out of the blue, the closure of radio station has become a matter of importance to the minister. It's quite unfortunate. What are we seeking to do? The maker of the statement is basically bringing the matter to the fore for us to engage these matters. If indeed he's within the law, of course, then let's speak to the fact. As far as we understand, and the fact before us, we think the minister has gone in excess of his powers. That is what we are saying. He's gone beyond the excess of his powers. And Speaker, if you contain me, let me just read portions of the release. The Honorable Minister for Communication, and it is captioned, Enforcement Action Against Unauthorized Broadcasting Operations. Amongst others, the Honorable Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation has directed the Acting Director General of the National Communication Authority. In what capacity is he directing the NCA? To take immediate enforcement action against the following entities for operating without valid blah blah blah, and goes on. Speaker, the relevant word there is directing. As to whether the minister has those powers, we need to, that is what we are seeking to interrogate. And Speaker, we are an arm of government. And interestingly, the minister is a member of this house. Earlier speakers have referenced his comment when similar actions were taken in times past and the position he took. And his position now smacks of hypocrisy. Speaker, this is the thrust of the matter. The minister must come to this house. He was approved by this house. He was given the mandate by this house. He must come and report to this house. We need to hear from him where he's getting those powers to direct the NCA to take such draconian actions. As a house, we must come together and invite the minister for him to appear and come and do a proper representation before the house and for us to interrogate these actions. Speaker, we are building we learn from incidents that have happened before. And I hear people say, during your time, you closed down Radio Gold. These are baseless defense. I hear people say, you closed down radio stations, you closed down Radio Gold. Even if it is the case, we repeat the mistakes. We mustn't do that. We must move ahead as a nation. In the process of your resetting, you said you were going to reset Ghana, and Ghanaians are giving you the mandate. Speaker, without adding more, I think that the minister should focus on what can change the narrative. E-governance, reduction of cost of data, building network connectivity. Ghanaians are still worried about network connectivity, and this is what should be attracting his attention. Speaker, I think we will employ your consequential directives that ASAP, the Honorable Minister for Communication, should be programmed. And Speaker, shouldn't go beyond Friday. He must come before this house, tell us the reasoning behind his action, and come and show this house where he's drawing his powers by directing the NCA to take such illegal actions against certain entities. Speaker, without adding more, I think anybody who wants to comment, and earlier on, the majority leader tried to catch your attention, and he was reading something else. He should quote. This is a copy, and Speaker, I'm ready to tender this. I want to tender it. He should quote from the release from the minister, and then we can make a proper debate on this subject matter. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Let me...
Table office, I want to tender this.
Let me invite the majority leader.
Leader, you should have a copy. I want to tender it, and let it be a reference.
Let me give the floor to Majority Leader to also comment on the statement. But before the Majority Leader takes the floor, let me acknowledge at the public gallery some visitors from the United States Air War College students. As I said, they are from United States, and I believe they are in the country to do one or two business or to study one or two issues relating to Ghana. So, honorable members, I will refer you, honorable members, you are welcome to Ghana, and you are welcome to the chamber of the legislature. So we are in the process of making statements which will enhance our governance. So you are welcome once again. Yes, Majority Leader, you may take the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that this is a very simple matter, and I'm surprised that the very valuable time of this House is spent discussing a matter that is so simple and straightforward. Mr. Speaker, this is the basis of the statement and the comments that have been made so far. I ask for your kind permission to read it, just to read it. And I'm happy that we have people who understand English listening. Mr. Speaker, listen carefully. It says that the Honorable Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations has directed the Acting Director General of the National Communications Authority, NCA, to take immediate enforcement action against the following entities for operating without valid frequency authorizations. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, directing the Acting Director General of an agency under the Minister to take immediate enforcement action against the following entities for operating without valid frequency authorizations. Mr. Speaker, what I hear from the other side is not that it is the case that they had license. They are not insisting that they had license. They are also not denying that they operated without frequency authorization. They are not denying. I haven't heard them deny the whole day. I haven't heard them deny that they operated without appropriate frequency authorization. Mr. Speaker, I remember that one of the oaths that we swore in this House is to uphold and enforce the laws of this country. Even if the minister had not directed, I expected you honorable members of parliament, to direct any officer who is supervising radio stations that are operating without frequency authorization. You, as patriotic citizens, as lawmakers, you have made a law that says that to operate a radio station, you must have frequency authorization. You made the law. And somebody is running a radio station, operating it without frequency authorization. And the minister dutifully directs that the law should be enforced. And you come to this House and say that we shouldn't close early and have lunch because of that matter. Mr. Speaker, they are asking how did the minister know? Because they don't know that on this side, we appointed people who are so competent that nothing will pass by them. Mr. Speaker, the minister is so competent that they didn't think he would know that those stations were operating without frequency authorization. And when the minister gets to know within 10 days of sitting in that office, they are surprised. They are mesmerized. We have the men and the women who are capable of doing the job. Within 10 days, they got to know. And he's enforcing the law. I don't understand why you are complaining. A minister is simply directing that enforce the law. What do you expect a minister to do? So please, I'm surprised that you will make the minister the subject of castigation, of unnecessary attacks, trying to question his competence, when all the minister is saying in this communication is that Director General enforce the law, because these stations are operating without frequency authorization. How is that an offense? How is that a matter for which the minister should be summoned to this house to come and answer? Are you trying to intimidate ministers and prevent them from doing their jobs? Is that what you're trying to do? The minister will shut down the stations today. Tomorrow he will shut them down. Tomorrow next he will shut them down. If they want, they should go for authorization. He will shut them down. He will shut them down. They should go for authorization. They should go for frequency authorization. If they have valid frequency authorizations, nobody will shut them down. Why didn't the minister shut down Joy FM? Why didn't he shut down City FM? Why hasn't he shut down all the other stations that are operating in town today? Because they have valid frequency authorizations. If you had come to this house to say that a station has valid frequency authorization, then you have a case. So please, Mr. Speaker, I think that no basis for inviting the minister to come to this house. The minister has done no wrong, as the statement in that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please. We said 2-2, and the leaders have spoken. I don't see why we should go back to members, please. So we take the last statement, and after the last statement, we have a close-sitting with the Foreign Affairs Minister coming to discuss one or two issues with us. So we take the last statement from Dr. Kwame, from Honorable Edem Putusu. Is he in the floor? Yes.
If you may, the statement delivered by Honorable Davis. Speaker, we had invited you.
No, I'm not yielding to that. Let's put a question to him to come and answer some of the irregularities that we think it might have occurred. So let's come by way of question, please. So, Honorable Edem Putusu, please, that's the last statement we are taking for the day. So, even though I think the statement you have read yesterday, the statement should have been read
Mr.
yesterday.
Speaker,
Anyway.
Thanks for indulging me. Today, on behalf of the Ghanaian people, to solemnly acknowledge a dark and shameful moment in our nation's history. The 59th anniversary of the overthrow of Sergeant Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. This day marks not just an orchestrated attack on the sovereignty, vision, and leader. He was an African visionary and a global statesman and a relentless advocate for the independence and sovereignty of the African continent from the yoke of colonialism. His leadership saw Ghana take its place as the first sub-Saharan African nation to gain independence, inspiring a wave of liberation movements across the continent. His vision for economic independence, the creation of state industries, and the dream of a United States of Africa threatened powerful global interests, leading to external interference in our affairs. Mr. Speaker, today we recall with clarity the role of foreign forces, particularly the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA of the United States of America, as contained in the famous book, The Great Deception, in orchestrating the coup that toppled Dr. Nkrumah's government. Declassified documents and historical accounts confirm what many suspected all along, that his removal was not merely an internal matter, but a well-calculated act of imperial subversion. This betrayal was not just against Nkrumah, but against the aspirations of all Ghanaians and Africans. The consequences of that coup were and
can change the narrative. E-governance, reduction of cost of data, building network connectivity. Ghanaians are so worried about network connectivity, and this is what should be attracting his attention. Because I think we will employ your consequential directives that SAP, the Honorable Minister for Communication, should be programmed. And because shouldn't go beyond Friday. He must come before this House, tell us the reasoning behind his action, and come and show this House where he's drawing his powers by directing the NCA to take such illegal actions against certain entities.
And guard against external and internal forces that seek to divide us and derail our national aspirations. Dr. Nkrumah's dream of a prosperous, self-reliant Ghana and a united Africa remains relevant today. It's our duty as representatives of the people to champion policies that reflect his ideals of economic independence, Pan-African unity, and social justice. We must invest in industrialization, protect our national resources, and prioritize the well-being of all our people above all else. On this day, let's commit ourselves to Ghana's progress, drawing inspiration from Osagyefo's unwavering dedication to the African cause. Though he was overthrown, his vision remains unshaken, and it's upon us to ensure that his legacy lives on. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to request that through a motion from this House and consistent with popular demands from the Ghanaian people, that each of the 16 regions should have a monument, preferably libraries, named after Dr. Kwame Nkrumah as and when funds are available. May we always remember and may we always strive to build the Ghana that Nkrumah dreamed of. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
I will take 2-2 as usual. So let me begin from here, then I'll come here, go here, then. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my honorable friend on the other side. Kwame Nkrumah, we all know, played an important role in the independence of this country. And so any day that we ought to celebrate the legacy of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, ordinarily it is very fine and we all support. But on this day, the statement read is in relation to the overthrow of Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And we all understand from history, right from 1947, when Dr. Nkrumah came to Ghana, or then Gold Coast, to support the independence struggle, his contribution to the independence struggle, which later culminated into his ascension as the president of Ghana. So from the time that Dr. Nkrumah became president, ordinarily the constitution, the 1960 constitution of Ghana, gave His Excellency Dr. Kwame Nkrumah a mandate to rule for a 4-year term. However, certain actions of the government at the time, including trying to pass or make Ghana a one-party state, were some of the concerns that led people in that time to object and fight against those decisions of His Excellency Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. For me, it's important that we learn lessons from history. When we move forward or we fast forward to our current 1992 Constitution and its dispensation, we can clearly say that the lessons of Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, we as the political class or elite in this country ought to be careful, because our actions and inactions have the tendency to call on others who have problems with the politics that we do to also take certain actions that can affect the democracy that we all look forward to. So in as much as it is very sad to see an overthrow of a constitutionally elected government, it is very important that in our dispensation, we protect the democracy with the actions that we take as a government. Some of these actions include protecting the fundamental human rights of our citizenry. And when we raise issues which we just discussed about press freedom and broadcasting freedom, these are all avenues that allows the Ghanaian populace to be able to vent or air their views in this country. And so any attempt to curtail some of these things have the tendency of obstructing or bringing people who have hot heads to take certain decisions against our democracy. So on this day, I want to join hands with my colleague, commending him for reminding this chamber of the overthrow of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. But I believe that we all in this parliament have to protect the democracy that we have established under the 4th Constitutional Republic of this country. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this statement ably made by our colleague. The statement is a reminder of criminality in our body politics. It's a reminder of a criminal and justifiable overthrow of a democratically elected President of the Republic of Ghana. People can never be absolutely satisfied by any leader. The immediate past government, people were not satisfied by certain decisions. And of course, even this government, people may not be satisfied with certain decisions taken. But that is not a license to torpedo, truncate the democratic processes. What is grievous about the criminal overthrow of Nkrumah is the fact that people allowed people outside this country to influence that. And there are ample evidences, conclusively, stating without any doubt that the overthrow of Nkrumah was not planned in Ghana. It was planned by the people who felt we needed to still come into them, bowl in hand, so that they can dictate to us how this country is governed. Nkrumah said he won't do that. It is shocking that there have been subtle attempts to justify the criminal act perpetrated by certain people in this country by using certain policy interventions of Nkrumah. Show me one single thing Nkrumah did without passing through the due process of law. Even the PDA, which indeed has been repudiated and condemned by many of our friends, cannot question the legality of that action. It was an action that was taken by the Parliament of Ghana. And it is amazing that this attempt to find justification to an illegality for me is laughable, to say the least. Don't judge me by my height. Judge me by the depth from which I began, and you would understand the justification in taking certain actions Nkrumah took. There were certain cities in this country Nkrumah, as the sitting president, could not travel to. Certain cities in this country. You had a woman in Kumasi who they used pestle to pound at the private part of that woman. And you know the woman's crime? She was only a member of CPP. So at that time, and interestingly, people who are now condemning one-party state, they were hailing another leader who had passed one-party state. Efobwanyi was their hero, yet they are condemning one-party state. I think that the hypocrisy in our body politics ought to be avoided. Nkrumah is the founder, the only founder of the state Ghana. I have heard, Mr. Speaker, I have heard people who have even argued that the big six, there are big six. Maybe perhaps they do not appreciate the day that so-called big six came to being. It was after the 1948 riot, when Ghanaians, ex-servicemen, who fought a war that had nothing to do with them, and promises were made to these Ghanaians by the so-called colonial masters. When they were making demand, there was a military leader of the British called Major Imre, who instructed those ex-servicemen to be gunned down. That occasioned a riot. At that time, Nkrumah was at Salt Pond. When people were round up, all the so-called fights, which added to Nkrumah, when they interrogated, they said they didn't organize it. It was Nkrumah who organized it. At the time when the 1948 riot happened, Nkrumah was not even in Accra. They said they never participated in the 1948 riot. Yet they want us to call them Big Six. So, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing like Big Six. There was only one, and that one is Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is important.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. 5 minutes.
Let me conclude.
Conclude.
Mr. Speaker, what is hurtful? Mr. Speaker, what is hurtful for some of us who are in academia, and I speak as a political scientist. Mr. Speaker, Nkrumah has gotten people to write an African encyclopedia. On the campus of a university, I have acquired 3 degrees. I shamefully want to state that university brought all the writings of Nkrumah, including the African encyclopedia, which was virtually completed, to be bent at the supervision of lecturers of that university. I feel ashamed that I had 3 degrees from that university.
Thank you.
The history of this country can never be rewritten. Nkrumah is the founder. He will remain the founder.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, we have named state edifices after criminals who indeed participated in the overthrow of the first democratically elected government in this country. Nkrumah has no equal. He will remain the founder. He will remain the hero, no matter the death. And it is, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, it is not for nothing.
Thank you.
To conclude, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, just I beg you. It is not for nothing. Nkrumah was voted African of the millennium.
Thank you.
African of the millennium.
Thank you.
Nkrumah, among all the heroes in Africa, respect the name of Nkrumah.
Honorable Tampuli. It appears when we mention Kwame Nkrumah, it's like, yes, Honorable Tampuli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to contribute to the statement that was made to commemorate the anniversary of the overthrow of the first Prime Minister, first President of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, that overthrow, as well as subsequent overthrows,
have been blots on our nation, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it's been said, and it's bear repeating, that the more things change, the more they remain the same. Things that happened after the overthrow of Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah that we condemn. Same things happened after the overthrow of Professor K. Buzia and more recently, the overthrow of the Hillary Liman administration. Mr. Speaker, the flogging of women and putting things, excuse me to say, in their private parts continued after the 1981 overthrow of the Hillary Liman administration. Mr. Speaker, very close by here, Makola women were stripped naked. Justice Park in Koforidua. Mr. Speaker, there are a litany of such examples across the country. Mr. Speaker, the immediate speaker who made a commentary made reference to the fact that all the things that happened during the Kwame Nkrumah administration were made pursuant to laws that were passed. Mr. Speaker, be that as it is also true that the Nazi Adolf Hitler, every action that Adolf Hitler took were made pursuant to law. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not about whether it is pursuant to law or absence of law. It is about the morality of the law. Mr. Speaker, it's about the morality of the law. So, Mr. Speaker, when you make reference to law, everything that we spoke about this morning is made pursuant to a certain law. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, we are not happy about military overthrows. There are excesses even in our democratic experiments. There are excesses. It does not call for military interventions. Mr. Speaker, we have had, military interventions across the West Africa sub-region. And one would have thought that in this day and age, military interventions will be things of the past. But, Mr. Speaker, we still have, coupists, taking the reins of power in Niger. We have in Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, Gabon, and so on and so forth. So, Mr. Speaker, when we celebrate and commemorate days like this, it also reminds us that we must all roundly condemn coupists who are still in our midst, even up to today, and not give them room to operate. We don't have to give them the kind of recognition that we are giving them now, unless, of course, we are saying that what happened in 1966 is something that we are going to be very proud and happy about. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make
Thank you very much.
Some short statement, comments to the statement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the first timers, let me remind you, tomorrow is the backbenchers' day. So rest for tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll give you enough time to do whatever you want to do. So let me invite the Minister for Foreign Affairs to comment on.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this solemn statement. The 24th of February 1966 coup, the first coup recorded in Ghana. And indeed, that is the coup that triggered a chain reaction of coups on the African continent. Mr. Speaker, after the 24th of February 1966 coup, the jury has returned that the Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is the best leader that this continent has ever seen, and indeed ranks very highly as one of the best leaders the whole world has ever known. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement, my good friend, the Honorable MP for Ho, the Honorable Edem Kotosu, has to be commended as a first-time member of Parliament for commemorating this day. And indeed, I would like to encourage him to institutionalize this commemoration so that every year we shall be remembered. All of us ought to remember that 24 February 1966 is Ghana's Day of Shame. It marks the darkest hour in the history of our country. By 24 February 1966, what Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah had achieved in education, in energy, in infrastructure. Indeed, the analysis has been done that a lot of the first world countries today, they were nowhere near Ghana in 1966. By the time Kwame Nkrumah commissioned our harbors, many European countries did not have the kind of harbor we had. By the time he commissioned the Tema motorway, many in cosmopolitan Europe were waiting to have a motorway of that nature. By the time the Akosombo Dam was commissioned, there were many, many countries in Europe, in the Americas, and in Africa who had absolutely no idea. They could not even conceptualize the vision, the technology that went into creating the world's biggest man-made lake at the time. The Akosombo Dam was not created by Nkrumah to power just Ghana, but it was to create electricity for the sub-region, and indeed to industrialize and create jobs for our people. So this is a man...
Minister, conclude for us.
This is a man who was ahead of his peers, and he has been vindicated. When the international community was asked by the BBC at the beginning of the new millennium to vote for the man of the millennium, he competed with the likes of Nelson Mandela, with the likes of Julius Nyerere, with the likes of Sam Nujoma, with the likes of Fidel Castro, and yet the Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah emerged as the African of the millennium. And Mr. Speaker, on this day, we should be reminded that those who staged that coup with their Western collaborators, the CIA declassified files, has settled this matter beyond doubt. That was not only a local orchestration, they had international support from those who thought that if they allowed Kwame Nkrumah to continue the way he was going. Indeed, when you read the ambassador at the time, Mahoney, as I conclude, in Mahoney's own words, he said that the kind of enlightenment that Kwame Nkrumah was bringing to the continent and liberating the minds of the African people, it will serve as a threat to the progress of their continent. And that is why they collaborated with feed columnists to mastermind that coup d'etat. But history has taught us that you can overthrow a government, you can kill a man, but you cannot kill his vision, you cannot kill his ideals, you cannot kill his legacy. And that is why even after his overthrow, he is the only man in global history who was asked to come and be president in another country. Can you imagine that?
Thank you, Minister.
Overthrown in Ghana, but he became the co-president in Guinea and was given a state funeral.
Thank you.
Nkrumah never dies. The legacy of Kwame Nkrumah will live on forever and ever and ever. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Now, leadership. I said 2-2, and we've done 2-2. So, okay, let me give you.
Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your kindest indulgence for allowing me to contribute to the statement ably made by our colleague on the other side in commemorating Osadefo Kwame Nkrumah. Honorable Speaker, I think that we have to be very careful in this country. Nobody in this country, nor on this continent, can wish away the contributions of Kwame Nkrumah or better memory. Nobody. He did contribute his quota to the advancement of this country. Mr. Speaker, somebody said that if you could see far, you must thank those who helped you to see that far. Kwame Nkrumah rode on the back of individuals who saw that he could be an asset to the country. There were individuals who brought Kwame Nkrumah to the Gold Coast. When we are praising Kwame Nkrumah, what I don't want us to do as intellectuals and as members of parliament is that we don't have to belittle others in our quest to promote others. We must all applaud all those who help to make this country what it is right now. Kwame Nkrumah played his roles, but others also played their roles. Let us not, through our politicking, undermine the efforts of others. That is wrong, and that will not help advance our democracy. We must stop that. We must stop this division that we are bringing into our politics and our country. It is not right. It is not right. We must stop that. Mr. Speaker, no individual is perfect. No individual is perfect. All our leaders did some good, and there were some wrongs as well. But in all our doings, we are looking for the best that they did. And that should occupy our minds when we are making submissions. I will never, regardless of the mistakes or errors that Kwame Nkrumah made, to paint him black. I will never. Because he was a good man, and he did his best. The same thing applies to J.B. Dankwa and the others. And when you boldly say that Kwame Nkrumah is the founder of this country, I will contest you on that.
Thank you,
I will
Professor
contest you
Nyako.
on that, but I will tell you that there were a lot of people who helped this country to obtain independence.
Thank you, Professor Nyako.
There were founders who built this country. Let us praise all of them. Let us identify their unique strengths, and let us stop. Let us stop the political
Thank you very much.
And let's stop the political hatred. It will help nobody. Mutala, it will not help nobody. Respect those who also help this country. Respect J.B. Dankwa. Respect Akwaje.
Professor Nyako, thank you so much.
Respect all of them. I, Kingsley Nyako, I respect all our founders.
Professor Nyako.
I respect J.J. Rollins, regardless of his wrongs. What is this? Let us build Ghana. Let us build one Ghana. We are one people. Let us be proud of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, thank you. As I said earlier on your announcement, I like you so much. May God bless you and make you great. Thank you.
Honorable members, if I become magnanimous to you, you should also do well to at least listen to me. Professor Nyako, the time was closed for you, but at least I extend. Yes, Honorable Hajia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my colleague on this very, very, very important subject of the coup d'etat of 24th February 1966. Mr. Speaker, many a Ghanaian have held the view that 1966, 24th February, was the day. 24th February. It's your birthday. Oh, I'll sing happy birthday to you when I'm done. Remind me. But please remember that you've taken part of my time.
I was born exactly the day Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown.
That's sad.
So.
That's sad. That's very sad.
Let's hear you.
So, Mr. Speaker, that day was a very, very sad day for humanity. And it was a sad day for humanity because Kwame Nkrumah's vision and influence transcended the borders of this country. It transcended the borders of Africa. And it had impact to the Western world. But we woke up to that sad development. 59 years later, we are still reeling under the dire effects of that unfortunate situation. Mr. Speaker, self-introspection is a form of healing. And so when I hear some of my colleagues contributing and advocating that some other people have to also be recognized, that it means they are still living in the past, Mr. Speaker. So very sad that we've come 59 years after this development that set our country and our continent back. And we as a people owe it to ourselves to speak truth to ourselves, to look at where we went wrong. That's the only way we can correct. If we insist that we did right on 24th February 1966, then I'm afraid to say, Mr. Speaker, that there is no light at the end of the tunnel for this country. And I want to encourage all my colleagues here that it is time for introspection. We don't have to look far, Mr. Speaker. On my way to Parliament this morning, I was tuned to City News. And City News, the panel there were discussing this unfortunate day in our history. And they made very, very serious observations that at the time Nkrumah was overthrown, most of the people he thought were his loyalists abandoned him. That some of them even came round to the regime that had overthrown him, pledged their support and loyalty. I want to believe that even if those people are not alive today, their children and their grandchildren are alive in this country. And they will appreciate the treachery of this group of people who worked with other civilizations to overthrow so far the best government that this country has ever had. Sunday, Mr. Speaker, I was celebrating my uncle's 85th birthday. And Tina Peggy Donko of GTV was there because my uncle, a retired colonel, was at Juba Villas with them. And she made a very important point when we interacted. She said in the mid-80s, it was okay for her father, Colonel Donko, and my uncle, Colonel Brima, to bundle all the kids to Damangu Secondary School for secondary education. Mr. Speaker, why was the reason? The reason was that Dr. Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah had ensured
Thank you.
that there was a certain quality of education
Thank you.
across the board in the whole country.
Thank you.
That it didn't matter where we went to school.
Thank you.
We didn't have A schools and B schools and C schools.
Thank you.
We all went to school and we received quality education. His Ghana Education Trust is akin
Thank you. Thank you.
to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahamad's e-school project.
Thank you.
That brings education to every community. Mr. Speaker,
Thank you.
let me remind Ghanaians of one important virtue
Honorable member,
of
don't
President
abuse my
Nkrumah.
magnanimity.
When we went to secondary school, you heard Honorable Afenyo-Markin,
Honorable,
the minority leader, speak Ghana to my sister
Honorable
here at
Hajia.
13 yesterday. And he was surprised that she could speak Ghana. At another time, he spoke Chi to Honorable Harun Edrisu, and he was surprised that he could speak Chi. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
we
members.
went to school as a unit, as Ghanaians first, before, and this is all thanks to the Osajefo.
Honorable members.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
I am marking all those.
Should I still sing happy birthday to you? Happy birthday to you.
Yes, let him come to leadership. So if he can extend. Yes, minority leader. You want to do what? Yes.
Speaker, let me commend the maker of the statement for bringing this matter to the fore and also reminding the House on such an important day in the history of our country. Speaker, I think it's important. This is not the first time such a statement is being made in this House. And in times past, I realize it plays out. It becomes a competition. Who loves Nkrumah most? And who owns Nkrumah most? And attempts are made to create the impression we love Nkrumah most and you are against Nkrumah. I think that is most unfortunate. It's most unfortunate. And I will not yield to your temptation to go and be responding to who did what and who did not do what. That for me is unnecessary. Nkrumah is dead and gone. It is up to us to build on what Nkrumah built, not to unnecessarily making references and building, casting aspersions and some statements which are totally unnecessary. Speaker, would he also
Honorable
listen to
Motala.
us? When you were speaking, we will listen to you. Speaker.
Motala, nowadays you are not like ordinary member. No. Now you should consider yourself as a minister, please. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, Nkrumah's sense of Pan-Africanism is known, is respected globally, what he stood for. We all know it. We love Nkrumah, as you also do. But let's also say it, that Nkrumah was brought into this country by a certain power grant. That is part of the history. And oftentimes people have created the impression it is we against them. Two sets of people who are blazing the trail in terms of building and developing our history as a country. Independence in the shortest possible time, independence now. How is it the case that it is only Nkrumah who fought? How is it the case? It is not true. And let's depart from that argument. All of our torchbearers and all these icons contributed one way or the other. Of course, we salute Nkrumah. He did so well. But there were other allies. So when the history is being told, let's tell the history in whole. Let's stop selecting and choosing. We pick and choose. We pick and choose. And then we say that Nkrumah is the lone hero. It's not entirely true. Speaker, in recent times, I know, for instance, the Nkrumah Mausoleum, which had been abandoned for a very long time, the last resting place of a respected icon of this continent, was abandoned. Go there now and look at it. Who did it? Under His Excellency Akufo-Addo's term. It has been refurbished, and now it has become a very important tourist center. The main road leading to Nkrumah's hometown. Who built it? It's the same New Patriotic Party government. So, colleagues, let's get it right. We all celebrate Nkrumah. We all love him. But let's not mix up the history. Speaker, the building of history and the development of this fact must go hand in hand. The building of industries. Nkrumah built over 300 industries, factories. I don't need to tell them. The history is clear. I will not tell you that it was at whose instance that all these factories were sold like tomatoes. These tomatoes were sold. So, Speaker, we want to get the history right. Let's all appreciate that Nkrumah has done what he did. So, these factories, I'm sure if we had not sold them, if we had not sold these factories, now we will be building on these factories. You sold them. We sold them. And now we want to play pious and say that we love Nkrumah more than anybody. Most unfortunate. Nkrumah remains an icon of Africa. Nobody can take that away. But I insist that there was a certain power grant, there was a certain J.B. Dankwa, there was a certain Akwa J. All these people contributed to the development of Ghana, the emergence of Ghana. All these people contributed. So, Speaker, then the maker of the statement also mentioned in passing the need for us to build monuments, Nkrumah's monument. I think the best way we can remember Nkrumah and celebrate him, and not just Nkrumah, also celebrate other icons of this continent and this country, is to instill what they stood for in our schools and educational centers. The building of physical infrastructure and monument is not enough. They will be destroyed over the passage of time. These monuments will be destroyed over the passage of time. What did Nkrumah stood for? Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism and all these. These are the things we should pay attention to. Speaker, these are the things we should pay attention to so that we can instill this into our schools and get our younger generations to imbibe these lessons and to build a nation that we can all be proud of. So we celebrate Nkrumah. It's important we celebrate Nkrumah, but we should not lose sight of the other icons like the Power Grant, the Akwa-Ejete, all contributed to the building of modern Ghana now. Speaker, I think this should be the narrative. Anytime these statements are made about icons, let's not let it degenerate to become partisan, for us to become we and them, the NPP and the NDC. This thing will not help us. I think when we speak like this, it will be more inclusive and it will help us in the development of our country. Speaker, on this note, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Majority Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield to Honorable Agaga.
Very well. Honorable James Agaga, please, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the maker of the statement for putting together such a wonderful piece in memory of the darkest moment in our history. Mr. Speaker, I have taken pains to conduct some research to try to establish why Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown, whether or not the factors which may have accounted for his overthrow are justified is another matter for a thorough debate. But, Mr. Speaker, my findings shows that Kwame Nkrumah was accused of being a dictator. And that is why the CIA then decided to collaborate with people in this country whose forebears, whose ancestors are the likes of J.B. Dankwa, Obechebi Lamte, and the names go on and on and on and on. They are the forebears.
Honorable member, please. It's a comment, and you don't have to. No. It will degenerate
Speaker,
into.
I said I did some research. I don't know whether the defense minister wants to engage me on who the forebears of the people who collaborated with the CIA are. I'm not sure he wants to engage me in a debate like that.
You let me listen to him. He had already wanted to make a comment, so let me listen to
Mr.
his
Speaker,
point of order.
The comments I wanted to make, I reserve those comments for later date, or even maybe next year. But I just wanted the honorable member to note that if you do not have evidence that you can tender into this house, please move away from mentioning the names of people who were not directly involved in the 1966 coup. We know the architects of the 1966 coup. We know their names. If you want to mention their names, we don't have a problem. But if you decide to mention names of people who were not there, it is very, very wrong. Because you don't have any evidence. And I think he should withdraw that part of his statement. If you mention Kotoka, you mention Afrifa, you mention those people, nobody has a problem because we all know it. Just like if I want to mention 1981, I will mention the names. 1979, I will mention the names. The party you formed, the party you are contesting from, the party from which you are, you remove Liman, I will mention the names. I don't have a problem. You are beneficiaries of coup d'etats. You, all of you are beneficiaries of coup d'etats. I don't have a problem with that. But don't mention the name of any other person. Don't.
Honorable Motala, please. Yes, honorable member. But honorable member, do you have evidence of the names you mentioned?
Mr. Speaker, I mentioned Obechebi Lamte, and he says I should furnish this house with evidence. In fact, there is a reported judgment of the Court of Appeal. Do you know what? Interestingly, one of the justices who presided over the conviction of Obechebi Lamte in absentia was Akufo-Addo's father. The conviction was related to acts of terror, which subsequently resulted in the commission of further acts of terror, leading to the overthrow of Nkrumah. So don't go there. Don't go there. Further research indicates that J.B. Dankwa was certified as a collaborator of the CIA. And it is the CIA which eventually overthrew Kwame Nkrumah. So don't ask me to furnish you with evidence. If you do, you open a can of worms. But Mr. Speaker, let me return to my contribution.
Yeah, contribute and conclude, please. We've taken a lot of time.
Mr. Speaker, I was interjected by the other side. So
James, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, Kwame Nkrumah has been criticized wrongly as leading a dictatorial government which made it practically impossible for Kwame Nkrumah to be overthrown through the power of the thumb. But, Mr. Speaker, the history is very clear. Starting from 1951, after Kwame Nkrumah broke away from the UGCC and founded the CPP led by Nkrumah routed the UGCC and its subsequent, offshoots in successive elections. Starting from 1951, they were routed. In 54, they were routed. In 57, they were routed. And in 1960, they were routed. And so, Mr. Speaker, they decided that it was time to say goodbye to elections and to engage in acts of terror with the hope that they could assassinate Nkrumah. Mr. Speaker, if you read Nkrumah's autobiography, Dark Days in Ghana, Nkrumah recounts how 6 attempts were made to assassinate him. 6. One of them was staged at Kulungungu. On another occasion, a police officer named Ametepe fired at Nkrumah at close range. But Mr. Speaker, Kwame Nkrumah personally, after he had been deserted by all his guards, personally wrestled Ametepe to the floor and disarmed him. This is what Kwame Nkrumah went through. And so when the PDA, Preventive Detention Act, was passed, it was a response to acts of terror. Acts of terror. Mr. Speaker, after 9/11, we all know what the United States did. And so when acts of terror have been unleashed on the people, you don't talk about protection of fundamental human rights. When those terrorists attempted to kill Nkrumah, did they care a hoot about Nkrumah's rights? So after 9/11, Mr. Speaker, the United States government, which is supposed to be the champion of democracy, adopted methods, some of which were very stringent, including the introduction of waterboarding. At the detention camps in Afghanistan, waterboarding was one of the methods they used.
James,
Mr. Speaker.
James, conclude
and so,
for us.
In conclusion, the point I am trying to make is that Kwame Nkrumah was not a dictator. He was overthrown because his Pan-African project, his quest to have Africa united, was a threat to Western interests. And that is why they elected to collaborate with dishonorable people in our own country, some of whom are now claiming to be elevated to the level of Kwame Nkrumah. So Kwame Nkrumah, rest in peace.
Amen.
May the good Lord bless your soul.
Amen.
You worked so hard for this country, and we shall forever cherish and remember you. Amen.
Honourable members, thank you. Bring statement time to a close. Today we've listened to 5 statements, and I believe we've all contributed. As I said earlier, tomorrow is reserved for backbenchers. It's the last Wednesday of the month. So tomorrow, the newcomers, you have the field day of taking charge of almost everything in the chamber. So tomorrow, prepare. The chamber will be for you. Yes, I'm told the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs would like to engage members relating to matters of members' interest. So I think, is it close-sitting? Close-sitting. So on that note, I will suspend the House. Then we come in. Okay, Leader.
Speaker, I think originally the Foreign Minister was programmed to brief the House on a matter important on Friday. Then the deputy whip related to me that there is a subject matter related to concerns on passports and diplomatic passport acquisition also. It's equal and important matter, and I would have loved to sit in. So you can look at the chamber. If it is so pleased to you that we should have it. I thought it was a very important matter, and we should give a prior notification to members. Then we can have a good number of us in the chamber. This is my view. If you are so strongly minded that we should have it today, there's no problem. But I thought that we should give prior notification to members, and then we can have a good number of us in the chamber. Then once and for all, the minister can brief the House. But if we are so minded that we should still proceed, I wouldn't have any objection. But ideally, we should have given a prior notification.
Well. So I'm just here for your pressure, the pressure of the House.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, originally the minister is programmed to brief the House on Friday. But you all know Thursday is the State of the Nation address, and there will be a lot on members. And that same Friday, he will be traveling outside Accra for a workshop. So this is information he's going to share with us. After that, we can pass on those information to other members. I think by 10 to 15 minutes, it will be done so that we can share that same information to colleagues who are not here. So I think we can have it, and then we'll move on.
Well. Honorable members, I'm told we are going to have joint caucus. So if it's a joint caucus, then it means we have to adjourn the House. Then we can have the caucus meeting. I thought it was going to be a closed sitting. But if it's a joint caucus, then we will proceed to adjourn the House. And the time, I'm told last Friday I said 5 to 4, and people were describing me as old timer, old school. So now it's 10 minutes to 4, and per our standing orders, we've gone beyond the normal sitting hours. So you are obviously in my hands. So I'll proceed to adjourn the House to tomorrow, the 26th day of February 2025 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.
Love to them. It's something that I also have learned.
That is what Okonko, that's how Okonko is portrayed in Things Fall Apart. You mean the book written by Chinua Achebe? You want to have an opportunity to refreshing your memory now, or you prefer that you stay clear of this Chinua Achebe book? Since it's been 5 years since you said you read it 5 years ago. I can move away from it if you don't immediately recollect. Do you remember anything about bravery?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do.
And that bravery is associated with who?
is associated with Okonkwo.
Now you are back home. But this love for people and all, anyway. You said 5 years ago, so it's okay. At least you remember the bravery part of Okonkwo. The chairman says that perhaps you refresh your memory,
yes,
and after this vetting, you
I
come
grant you the leave to go and refresh your memory and meet a leader, a week or 3 weeks later, to have a private discussion with him on Okonkwo. So I will urge leader to move away from the Okonkwo subject. Thank you, leader.
They said a man's skin must be rough. His smile must be brief. You remember that one?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
You remember that one?
Yes, sir.
And his food must be what?
I don't remember that part.
Okay. So keep that one in mind. Was Okonkwo very proud of his dad?
Mr. Chairman, kindly come again.
Was Okonkwo proud of his dad, the man who gave birth to him?
No, he wasn't.
Why?
He felt his father was weak. He felt his father didn't exhibit the bravery of a man.
Now you are back home. You see, I'm bringing you, but now you have got into your comfort zone. So after I wasn't being hard on you. All right? So, having read Okonkwo's, having read China Chibi and Things Fall Apart, what have you to share with the youth regarding the lessons you learned from Things Fall Apart? Things fall apart, the center cannot hold, the falcon cannot hear the falconer.
Leader, I think I appeal to you on the Okonkwo issue. But since you are Okonkwo, I just want to tell you that in the same Okonkwo, it says wisdom is like a goat skin bag. Each man carries his own. That's by Okonkwo. So take a cue from that.
Chairman, this nominee doesn't need to be helped. He's capable. Just don't worry yourself much. He's my junior brother, and he knows that I won't put him in harm's way. I just want him to demonstrate his ability to withstand the pressures of public life. It is your first time, correct? Your first time in public life, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Have you done any business of your own and on your own prior to occupying this high office? Yes, no?
Yes.
Tell us about that business.
Mr. Chairman, I am actually, before coming to Parliament, I worked as a corporate executive in the downstream oil sector. Along the line, I had some personal businesses in the sector.
What were those personal businesses?
Mr. Chairman, I had some retail outlets and do petroleum transportation.
Retail, did you register those businesses? Those retail outlets business, did you register them?
Mr. Chairman.
Did you, sorry, let me put it correct, rightly. Did you register an entity to do a business in this country? Sole proprietorship, partnership, limited liability company. Which of these did you do your business under?
Mr. Chairman, my business I did before coming to Parliament was solely, I do build and then lease out the property. So it was purely
Wait. Wait. Mr. Richard John Mensah, wait. Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Proud to this your current position, are you able to share with us any business that you had initiated, done on your own, not working for somebody, your own business?
Mr. Chairman, I did business as a dealer with my company with a notice of my chief executive.
Right, so let's deal with the dealer. As a dealer, which entity did you register for the purpose of the dealership? Was it a limited liability company, a partnership company, or sole proprietorship?
Mr. Chairman, I did it as a personal business, which wasn't registered.
Meaning you didn't pay taxes?
Mr. Chairman, I paid my taxes as part of my personal taxes. All taxes were paid.
So, which year, from which year to which year are you referring to? Which period did you pay those taxes? So, you mean the profit you made on those dealership business, the retail outlets selling petroleum products, you earn some profit and pay taxes on, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
From which period to which period?
Mr. Chairman, I did up to 2020.
From when to 2020?
So, Mr. Chairman, the business is such that as a dealer, there's a margin that is given to you. As and when you make profit, it is paid. Within the period 2018 to 2020, that was when I was active in the business. But then the business had gone down.
Not a problem. Pay attention to my question. I don't want us to stay too long. So, you did that business between 2018 and 2020, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that was when I was actively involved in it.
That's fine. So, if we give you the opportunity, would you be able to furnish us with the taxes you paid on those business within that period? Not now, before your confirmation. Can we have those taxes to include in our report?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Leader, you need a leave from me for that.
Sorry. I agree. Chairman, thank you so much. Yes. So, but he's answered us that he will make that available.
Right. Since he's answered, granted, after your answer.
Then you were also talking about building and selling. So explain that business to us as well.
Mr. Chairman, it's not a housing building. It's the same retail business because you have to build before you can be given the dealership.
Build what?
I'm saying that the retail, I didn't say I was selling. So now that I am a member of parliament, I cannot actively take part in the retail business. So I actually lease it out for somebody to operate.
And you mean building a retail outlet filling station, you have not registered it? Is that what you are telling the country? That you build a retail outlet doing dealership filling station and it is not a registered entity? That's what you want to tell the country?
Mr. Chairman, retail outlets can be registered in a person's name.
You have it registered in your name?
I mean, Sorry, Mr. Chairman, you can actually get a permit of a retail outlet in your name.
Yes, so all the retail outlets that you built, you have them in your name, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I have one retail outlet in my name.
When did you get that permit?
I took the permit in 2016.
And you have that permit still with you?
So, Mr. Chairman, currently it is not run by me. Permit every year annually is renewed. So the current operator will actually register the permit in the name of the operator.
So, with the leave of the chairman, we'll be happy you furnish us with the very permit that you had in your name at a later date, since you may not have it here.
Very well. Honorable Nominee, please answer as I have given you the leave.
So, Mr. Chairman, my old permits in my name are still, I still have them. Even though some, mostly when you do, the permit is given to you, it is kept at the station. So I have to actually call for it.
So this program you call Master of Arts, Energy Law, what does it entail?
Mr. Chairman, it actually deals with the whole energy sector, that is the downstream, the upstream, and then electricity.
Proud to you joining the NDC fraternity. Were you an MPP member?
Mr. Chairman, I have never been a member of the MPP and I've never bear a card of MPP.
You've never borne a card, you mean?
Never.
Okay. So, so you were not a card-bearing member of the NPP, proud to join NDC?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, one of your referees says that when you were in school, you were paying the fees for some of your colleagues who were struggling with their fees. You must be a man who embraces charity, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. When I was doing my first master's program, I used to support my colleagues.
And your constituents, with you going to the energy sector, should expect more, correct?
Mr. Chairman, my constituents know that I'm someone that if I have every opportunity, I will help.
So they should expect more, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I'll ask my constituents to be moderate because the economy, the economy that we have now. No, not. We are talking about money economy, not. I'm talking about the money pocket economy.
Explain what you mean by money economy.
When I say money economy, it's the money in your pocket. So there's not much money in my pocket, so I want them to be.
No. I'm not talking about now. Now they will believe you, but they would understand you. Now that you have not entered the energy ministry, but you are going there, you're going to be a board member here, there, deputy energy minister. You're saying that they should moderate? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Should every constituent in need expect your support to the extent that you can provide, irrespective of partisan colors?
Mr. Chairman, this is something I have done even when I was not a member of parliament. But as I always say that it is as and when I have it available, I would always make sure that irrespective of your party affiliation, I will give the needed support.
Some constituents who were interviewed as part of the due diligence we did claim that sometimes you are not reachable. It's a general sin that all of us cannot escape. What assurances have you for them that you would have a system in place for you to be reached?
Mr. Chairman, I have noted this. However, Mr. Chairman, I have a system, even when you call and you don't get me, before midnight, I return every call that I have missed within the day. Maybe when I call the person back and then he doesn't, his line is also not active, I may lose that opportunity. However, getting into this position, I know there will be a lot of calls besides the work I have. I'll put in place mechanism that would make sure that I'm able to reach out to my people.
Let's deal with ECG. You earlier said that ECG needs to be privatized. Explain the form of privatization you are suggesting for ECG.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the whole involvement of the private sector in the ECG, I am not privy to it. I was only sharing a view that we may look at the billing and then the metering system and also the collection, that we can engage a private sector, at least to ensure that some inefficiencies in the system, they can help us plug it.
So, you believe that there are inefficiencies at ECG, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Can you share some of the inefficiencies?
So, Mr. Chairman, as also a consumer of power, and then having been a member of parliament, there are places I've been to that people have complained that they have meters, but nobody comes for the bills. So sometimes you'll be there for 3 years, and then they come with a huge bill, which the people are unable to pay. I think this is also some of the inefficiencies that I've identified.
Would you agree to a suggestion to the effect that there must be prepaid meters across board? Every ECG consumer must be given a prepaid meter.
Mr. Chairman, I do agree that prepaid meters should actually be installed, at least to help curtail some of the losses that we record.
How proactive would this be considered? Because it's a major drain on us as a country. I hope you know that.
Chairman, I just want to find out if the meters, the ECG prepaid meters, is a drain, or the absence of it is a drain to our coffers.
Well, you said earlier that there's a problem with the billing system. And sometimes it takes a year or more, somebody has not been billed. There are all manner of illegal connections. People who are even billed sometimes do not pay. But if you have a prepaid system where through technology consumption is monitored, the inefficiency you are talking about can be addressed. That is what I am trying to ask you, whether in that context you can assure us of a proactive approach in dealing with this situation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that with the prepaid meter being installed across the country is a very good step. However, it's one thing installing the prepaid, it's another thing also people even getting the opportunity when it comes to paying or even buying the paying advance, because there are instances where people have to go and queue before they can buy credits.
No, we've passed that stage long ago, Honorable. Don't take us back. I mean, the queuing for credit, where your credits get exhausted, you finish, and you have to sleep in darkness till the next morning, unless you are not in Ghana. Don't take us back. There's nothing like queuing. Please be up to date. Bring your attention to this engagement. And don't generalize. Bring your attention to this engagement. I'm laying sufficient foundation to guide you. But don't talk about a situation where people queue. That era is way gone. We don't queue to buy prepaid credits, units, they call it, and all that. So please, Honorable, you buy from your phone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know in my house in the constituency, I buy on the phone. In my house in Accra, we go to the vendor and pay for it. That is the issue that I'm actually pointing out.
But so don't say there's queuing. There's nothing like queuing for whatever you want to describe it, but there's nothing like that. I mean, it's a matter of fact. Only yesterday, I was chairing that board. So you are going there. Don't let us create a certain impression. However, Honorable, there's something I would want to share, and it's for you. This is not a question. You see, we as a political class, I believe that the way we act, the public servants, the civil servants, watch us and sometimes they laugh. We say all manner of things about ourselves, and we go and meet a system that we are unable to implement. And even where we want to implement a new, policy, there is a certain level of resistance, and it becomes political. Today, you are hearing of ECG importing items, and those items staying at the port for a long time, and in the end, customs will confiscate, sell to individuals, and they resell to ECG. I hope you've heard that story.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But the little investigation I did, at the time I assumed the chair in July, when this thing came to our attention, was that the same setup would tell the political head that, oh, this is the system already there. And when you want to disturb it, they would either use a union or use the media to frustrate you. Then when things go bad, it's the same politician. I'm sharing this with you for you to be fortified well enough so that when you get there, you will be bold to lead real reforms in that sector, because only one deputy minister is going to support the sector minister. So you have a lot of responsibilities. So if you are not assertive, you spend your time there, come back, and it's the same political football. Is an advice well taken?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I tried it at Ghana Water. I rather became the victim. And it makes me sad as a politician, because we don't lend support to each other for real reform. So the time comes, election, and the structural defects, the inefficiencies become the subject matter of campaign. And when we are done, the same thing remains. A new person comes and they will be laughing at us. And 4 years will come again. And then the inefficiencies become the basis for another campaign. So I pray that this privatization that the previous administration had initiated, which some way, somehow, became political, and the previous administration had abandoned. In your time, when the same forces of darkness in the sector are frustrating you, you'll be bold to implement the privatization there. Because I support the privatization, which privatization would bring efficiency. All right? I hope you'll be bold to do that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Support your minister. Because there's a serious drain on us as a country. And if we, you and I, do not stand firm as leaders, the system will crash on our heads. Now, that said, let me ask you about the industry proper, where you are going. What do you bring on board? What do you bring on board as a deputy energy minister? What should be the expectation of your minister?
Mr. Chairman, I am going to assist my minister in every way that I can to ensure that he also succeeds on his mandate.
Give us some of the sectors under your ministry, the agencies. List some of them for us.
Mr. Chairman, we have the GMPC, we have the Ghana Gas Company, we have Tema Oil Refinery, we have Petroleum Commission. This is within the petroleum sector. We have GOIL, Ghana Oil Company. In the power sector, we have the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG. We have NEDCO. We have the Energy Commission. We have the VRA, Volta River Authority. We have the BUI. And then I think these are the few I can mention, but there are lots. There are about 16 agencies under my ministry.
So you have 16 agencies.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And what will be your contribution in enhancing the efficiency of these institutions? Because I know as a deputy minister, you are going to serve on the boards of quite a number of them by way of the law that governs operations of these agencies. You would have to be on some boards. What do you bring on board?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot speak to the fact that I'm going to serve on any board, but I can assure that wherever my boss, the sector minister, places me, and whatever task he gives to me, I'll be very diligent and make sure I deliver to the best of my abilities.
So share with us the energy policy of your party. Share with us your energy policy.
Mr. Chairman, the sector, if I derive it from the president, his vision on the...
Wait. The energy policy as contained in your manifesto is what I'm referring to. What is the energy policy as contained in your manifesto? If you've not read it, say so. Let's abandon it. If you would want to refer to your manifesto, say so. Because I have your manifesto with me. If you don't have yours, I would give you your manifesto so that you say so, you know. Let's be clear so that I don't waste my time on that. It's
Mr. Chairman, I have not appraised myself with the whole policy.
Mr. Chair, that will be all for the nominee.
Thank you very much, Leader. I have number of times, can't recount. I know that Leader and the MPP party and members of parliament are a bit infatuated with the NDC manifesto. And you keep asking us to produce our manifesto. But as a leader of the party, yes, I'm just, please, relax. And many a times you ask us, is finished, to produce our manifesto. I have said that our manifesto is not a driving license. So we don't carry it with us that you will be asking us to produce it. But if you have an issue in it, please, by all means, but to get our nominees to produce the party's manifesto, you ask them to produce Ghana's constitution, I can understand. But the party's manifesto, which I know you have a copy, I'll grab a copy from you. So, please, Leader, I will appeal to you when you ask your questions on our manifesto. But, please.
Chairman, you want to be nominated?
Honorable Member, you are out of order. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
I'm actually wrapping up. And I'm not asking you a question, actually. I want your view on something. When Ghana became an oil-producing nation, under His Excellency, our former president, President Atta Mills, who is no longer with us, he set up commercial producer of oil. He set up 3 funds, basically not alone, but with the government at the time. I'm sure you are aware of the ABFA, which is the annual budget funding. And then we had a stabilization fund, which is the one that we draw from it as and when need be. There was a third one in his wisdom. That's the wisdom of former President Atta Mills, which is known as the Heritage Fund. I'm sure you've heard about the Heritage Fund. And the idea was that he wants the oil that we have today, some of the revenue that come out of it, to be put away for future generation. So it's basically a fund or a sovereign fund which is invested in other jurisdictions to earn revenue on it and build it up for future generation. You are going into the energy ministry. You are a young man. So the future generation that His Excellency Professor Mills thought about then, you are one of the people that he was thinking about, and even those who will come after. That fund has been in operation for many years. Many opinions on it, I wouldn't say government, have had a different thought as to what to do with that money. It's got a sunset on it at some stage. But
Chairman, since you're new star, if you appeal to us again, it will be difficult to.
You want to come in? I'll give you the space to come in. But, okay. Play.
Chairman, this is your sermon. Your next nominee may suffer. Let's finish. He's gone.
And
discharging.
Basically, what I basically wanted to ask you is that what is your view, your personal view as a young man and somebody going into the energy space? What Ghana should use that money for, in your own view? It's not a policy opinion, if you have any, for future generation. This is a personal view that the man. Honorable nominee, Chairman is seeking your view on a matter which may lead you into temptation. You know, if you do a political punch, you may be discharged, but your next nominee may suffer. So the choice is yours. You are going to support your minister, and Chairman wants to solicit some political views from you to score some political point. I don't have a problem, but if you answer, and I think the answer is very political, I will come up with a follow-up question that may delay you here, or it may affect the next nominee. So as for me, you are my brother. We are all Gomwa Efutu people. I'm just advising you that you can beg of chairman, easy, pocho, actually, now we're on sound as you may or may not have a view. It's a view. So please answer the question. If you have a view or you don't have a view. Heritage Fund, look at the law when it was. I'm not asking about it.
Mr. Chairman.
But you were asking about what? His view. Which view? His view.
The Heritage Fund was established 2007. Look, discharge your nominee, let him go in peace. When you are going to a slippery, you create problems for him.
Leader.
The chairman, you've had a peaceful day.
Leader.
The law was established 2007.
We'll continue to have a peaceful day.
Kufuor founded oil, and it's under Kufuor that we had the heritage. Look at the law.
Leader, are you enhancing the view question I'm asking, or you are?
Okay, you go ahead.
Please, honorable nominee. Please, your view.
Do you have a view or not?
Are you?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I will actually follow what my minister pursue with this.
This is not a policy question. I was asking.
Mr. Chairman, I will seek the guidance from my minister.
No. Right. Honorable members, let's have one meeting here. Okay. Honorable nominee, I am going to. Honorable nominee, I am just going to. I have been given a list of people, friends and family who came to support you. And I'm going to call out their names and thank them for coming to support you. I have here on top of my list Mrs. Anita Pencil Jan Mensah, which is your spouse. Nana Kofi Kwa II, Odikro of Gomwa, Jokwa, representative of the Gomwa Ejumakun Traditional Council. Nana Apaba IV, the Queen Mother of Gomwa Imperium, I'm sure I've got the name right, Imprumu, representative of the Omahini of Ejumaku Traditional Area. Nana Obu Mensah the IX, Odikro of Gomwa Mampon, is also a representative of the Gomwa Asen Traditional Council. Dr. George Blankson, the former Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Our own Nana Sam Butler, who's the chairman of the Central Regional Accra Caucus of the NDC. Mrs. Sati Okran, Central Regional Accra Caucus, NDC. And then Reverend Loviana Lamle Lamti, Minister of the Prince of Peace Methodist Church, Tabora. Then we have here our own Professor Richard Kofi Esiedu, our Central Region Chairman. And then Honorable Theophilus Edu Mensah, a former DCE from Gomoa West. I have here others as Mr. Nicholas Owusu, who is the MD of Desert Oil Ghana Limited. Alhaji Mohammed Kasim, who is a constituency chairman, and Nana Ama Ankwa II, who is the Queen Mother of Gomoa Abora, who is a representative of the Gomoa Asen Traditional Council. I would like to thank you for coming to support our brother on his vetting. Nominee, I think you have exhausted all the questions. So at this juncture, I would like to discharge you, and you will hear from the committee. You are duly discharged. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.